All righty then. Well, good to see everybody. Good morning, Mother, Kendra, Dwayne, Chandler, and Galaxy 67 Star. I want to say that that's Val. I'm not sure. Maybe not.
That might be me, Andrea. It's Sheila.
Oh, Sheila. Hey, Sheila.
Yeah, I'm driving. That might be me.
Okay, no worries. No worries, honey. Well, that is you. And we're glad to have you on. Safe travels to you. All right. Great morning, everyone. Give me a quick second. Let me power up my iPad in case my computer acts crazy again. So hang on, please. All right. Great morning. Good to see y'all. Good to see your names at least. Some of y'all are not Saturday morning ready, huh? I understand. I get it. Well, we ready. And hey, there you go.
There we go.
I love to see your faces, man. We don't care what you're looking like. If you roll out of bed, or if you're in bed, there you go. Blue, Big Blue. What's up? Shirley.
Go ahead, Shirley.
All of a sudden, everybody got cameras.
Go ahead, Shirley.
Okay. All of a sudden, folk fixing their tucking their shirts in.
Hey, Mom Florence.
Fluffing up their hair. Everybody getting themselves together. And so welcome, Kimberly Brown. Welcome. We need to see you on the camera as well. Put your little wrap scarf on.
I'm getting there.
Hey, Chandler.
Hey, Chandler.
How are you, cousin?
Oh, good. Family. What's up?
I got a newfound cousin.
All right, shake that tree a little bit. Shake that tree.
I'm telling you, we got good stock. All right. Well, this is exciting to me, and I'm excited to welcome everyone to our Real Talk Wealth series. Hey, Sheila.
Hey, cousin.
I love it. Wait a minute, Sheila. Is that you? I'm not used to seeing that Sheila. That Sheila is looking fabulous. What did you do to your hair?
She on mute. We can't hear you. You're on mute, babe. Cousin, you're on mute.
She cut her hair all off.
I got a ponytail on. I got a ponytail.
I love it. It looks amazing. It shows your beautiful face.
Yo, we're a family of families. Like we're a family of families.
We really are. How about that? That is good. All right. Good morning, Miss Shawn. All these folks in different time zones. We know that y'all that we praying a special prayer for y'all, but it is time to get up and learn this. See, after this call, you're gonna have so much energy. You're gonna be like, gonna be out there like I can do anything, right? Look at Kim with a Kango on. That's right. Representing with the red Kango. The Kango kid. That's right. Raina Phillips, good morning. I'm assuming that you are a guest. We're excited to have you on with us. And this is going to be a really great morning, a really great day. We had an awesome night last night. Good morning, sweetheart. We had an awesome night last night, celebrating our new debuting and advancing directors, and just really pouring into them, and we're excited about keeping the momentum, man. When you have momentum, you work harder. They say you work harder when you got momentum. So I'm excited. Hey, Val, good morning. Good morning, Denise. And so let's get into the meat of the matter, okay? we are here. This is something that I pretty much requested and spearheaded based on the, hey, good morning, Angie. Based on the direction that we were going on the last Real Talk series. It started getting into some financial kind of preparatory things, retirement things, or whatever. We and you know, Nate always comes from the book. The book is applicable to every stage in our life. And whether you are a senior citizen, a millennial, or whatever, there's something in here for all of us. And so what I decided to do, good morning, Daryl, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
What I decided, I asked him, I said, hey, can we do a walkthrough through the book? Years ago, when I first met Nate in 2015, and we were chatting, we were talking about, he had talked about this circle of 10, the circle of 10 that he wanted to do across the nation and really across the world with this book, where you have little pockets of 10 circles that are going through the book, almost like a book club, but but as him being the author, being able to walk those circles through this book. And so we're going to find that there's going to be some really great revelations. And again, you know, one of the things I want you guys to know, especially if you've not been on any of our, if you're new to the family, or if you're new to if you're new to Nate and his coaching and things, he's always going to ask what value you get, and it helps him to learn from all of us, but it also helps us to learn from each other, because everybody has a different filter, or everybody has a different level of understanding. Everybody has a different spin. That, you know, it's just like scripture. Everybody will read a scripture and it will mean something. God will use that particular scripture in your particular space and time to mean something different to you, and that will be a blessing to us. So when we give our value statements, you guys, we want to give it with some thought, and really, this is a place of, we always talk about it being safe. It's a safe place. It's a place of transparency where you can be transparent. And I so appreciate the heart of every single one of you guys when you are on any of our Zooms, because that's the stuff that makes us family. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know about y'all, but family isn't always just blood, right? You know, excuse me. There's some people that God puts in our lives that become like family, and the transparency and the openness, that's what really causes us to grow and be knitted together. And so I want to introduce myself. My name is Andrea Scott, and I am, of course, married to Mr. Nate Scott, and it is my great pleasure to serve with him and in whatever capacity that God has us to serve. And I will say this, I had a conversation with someone who is who's part of a particular company, and she's in leadership in a particular company. And I said to her, I said, sometimes, and it was something that Nate had said, when Nate, you guys know, he always talks about our motive behind what we do, and our heart has got to be right. And it's got to be about serving the people with no agenda. And I was sharing with this young lady that God said to serve people. And it doesn't matter what business you're in, or what company you're with, or what church you go to, or whatever. It's all about serving people. And when we start serving people only because when it benefits us, and when we block stuff from people or hold stuff back from people because it won't benefit us, then that's not the right heart. That's not the right heart. And so as I shared that with her, I had to really take some introspection on myself. Is that the Bible even talks about doing good. Don't withhold those good things. You know what I'm saying? Let's do good to the household of faith, especially to the household of faith, but don't hold back good things from people where we know it's in our power to bless them. And that's scripture. And so I thank God for Nate and his, and the way that he teaches, the way that he lives his life, and the standard that he has, that God has allowed him to be able to pursue, and the growth that he continues to do, because it helps us to grow. And so just remember that is all about, it's all about the heart behind what we do. And so I have Nate and I on July 2nd, we'll be married for 4 years. And this has been a great pleasure and a great joy for me to be a part of this Life is Rich vision. And I remember my first time meeting Nate and thinking to myself, what's with this guy? What is with this guy? You know what I mean? He was always intense, man. And he was always driven. And I remember when I was, before I retired, and I was holding my business meetings, and I had a training center that held about 75 people, and the ladies would gather and I would be teaching and training. And he would just come in, be the only guy there. He'd come and sit in the back, and he'd fire up his video recorder. I'm thinking, why is this guy videotaping me? You know what I'm saying? I didn't understand that he videotapes everything. I mean, documentation, he says, it is what it is. So, but he was sitting there and he would take notes. And, I brought him to one of my conferences, one of my career conferences that was in Jacksonville. And he sat there, and I'm telling you, he was taking more notes than I was. And it was just a joy to see that he always puts himself in a place of learning. And so when it was time for me to transition, when we got married and I knew that we were supposed to build something together, that's when I said, you know what, this guy it's time for us to do this. And I'm so glad, because we get a chance now to bring every single one of you all together to join us on this journey. And so that's it for me. I'm going to go ahead and we'll do some quick introductions. Yes, Nate, we'll do some quick introductions. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, always value. That's the one thing. And here's where each one of you just joined us for the very first time, and also as a continual training of the community and of the family and this leadership group, is that we always open up with you guys talking from the vantage point of who you are, because that's how you establish culture. That's how you let people that are just watching for the first time to experience who we are, what we're about. So that's the reality of all engagements, is that it's important that people come in and experience business as usual. And business as usual is always setting the stage, because the aim is to ensure that every time someone comes in, they know what the temperament is of our community, so they can actually experience from the very beginning value. Because I know each and every time one of you all open your mouth, especially when you're being reflective, then you're going to say something that's going to be able to connect to the heart of people. So again, this is something that you gotta go ahead and be mentally making a note of it. And Andrea, every time you gotta mentally make a note of it, is that's basic format. Every time we make introductions, because we don't know who's joining us for the very first time. And then when we ask them to say something, they've already gotten accustomed. They've heard an example. They're not this new person walking into place and all of a sudden we say, hey, who are you? And now they're in culture shock because they didn't even get a chance to actually experience, well, what is the temperament and what's expected in doing so. So yeah, so let's go around the room and with those that are vets that have been here to be able to say hello, say who they are, and to share, say who they are, where they're from, and to share their experience within the Life is Rich family, because we're different.
Okay. Yeah, we are different. And so let's start with Kendra. Kendra and Ramon. They were numero uno, first on the block. And so Kendra, go ahead. We'll open it up to you.
It's something that you say that, because Ramon said one day that he just feels when Nate said that, I think on a men's call, that it really touched him, to say that, we were the first, and, it just really touched his heart in that way. So good morning. I am Kendra Thomas, and I'm so happy this morning to be able to speak to you with a mouth that is not hurting. For those of you that know, last week I took a really bad fall the day of convention Saturday, and it just was not healing. But today is the very first day that I'm healed. So it's starting to heal. So I'm glad about that. As we get older, it just takes longer for stuff to heal. But I've been connected with the Life is Rich community for 1 year, April 2019. That Easter weekend, I visited my mom who lives in Jacksonville, Florida, and called Andrea because, after 32 years of knowing her and going to Florida all the time, I decided to, connect with them. And so we did that. And my value in the Life is Rich community, I've been just really reflecting this morning, especially, and I just realized, like, I have been a student for the majority of my life. I've been a student for the majority of my life. We all go through K through 12, and then, I went through to college, and, I learned something in each of those areas. I went to a HBCU, and what I learned there was that, like, we are diverse people. Like, I hadn't been exposed to that before because I just grew up in West Philly, and everybody, had that same culture. But when I went to the HBCU, I realized it was so closer. So I learned that. And then I started learning when I gave my life to Christ. So then, after college, I knew it was something more to that, and I gave my life to Christ and began learning about that. And Andrea was there to witness that. Kim Brown, you were there to witness that. When we all just gave up and, went to Jesus, gave it all to Jesus. And that was a great experience, and learned so much to that. Then I had 4 children, and then I opened a family child care home, and I learned about that. I learned about childhood development, early childhood development. So just really learning. And then somewhere along the way, you kind of just, I guess because of life, and you all always hear me talk about the gerbil wheel, we get on the gerbil wheel and we just start surviving, just trying to survive and survive. And now, since I've been connected to the Life is Rich community, I'm a student again. I'm loving it. I'm loving what I'm learning. Life is Rich presents financial peace. I'm loving and learning through that. But literally, I'm learning again. And I'm coming this morning to really learn. I have my book, I got my notebook, and I'm ready to be a student. Last week, very emotional. So it was more of an emotional experience for me last week. This week, I'm coming in wanting to learn something, looking forward to what I am going to take away and be able to implement into my life. So good morning, everybody, and I'll turn it back over to you, Andrea.
Beautiful. Thank you so very much. All right, Shirley Carter. Shirley, come on with it.
All right, everyone. Good morning to everyone. I became a Life is Rich community member, family member, January 1st, 2018. And that's because they went green in 2018. And also, by me reading and studying and getting value from the company, I also learned that the lung study came out in 2018. So that makes me excited about all of that right there. And so my value that I get from this community is, first, I've learned how to think versus what to think. And I also learned how to listen more and express myself more in a professional way. And I just learned how we are so open-minded and tell what we can tell to help someone else in whichever area that is in our life. So those are the things that I got this week. So many things, but that's it. Back to you, Angie.
Beautiful.
I mean, Andrea.
That's okay. I know Angie is your power partner and stuff. I knew you first, Shirley. Okay. Remember that.
Okay.
All right. That was your first love.
Yes.
All right. Let's go to Kim Brown. Kim Brown.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, honey.
I'm Kimberly Brown. I live right outside of Philadelphia. I've been a part of the Life is Rich community for about a year, maybe a couple days right after Kendra. basically, what I've gained from being a part of the community, it's been a space of family. We're all from different areas of the country, on different professional backgrounds. However, it's an amazing, I guess, uniting of people, because we all, I would say it's just we all mesh with one another. We have similar goals, similar aspirations, similar vulnerabilities, and in this space, we found a way to be able to seek development, to grow individually, or specifically to me. I'm happy because I've participated in Financial Peace University, which is another segment as being a part of the community. So it's a great partnership with the book that we will be looking at today. And I'm just looking to continue to grow in terms of my financial literacy. And that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, we have another director on, Angie Maury. Great morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
We're well, thank you.
Good, good, good. My name is Angie Maury. I live outside of Philadelphia. I've been with the Life is Rich for a year now. Similar to what the other ladies have said, I've enjoyed the experience of family. I've enjoyed the experience of meeting people throughout the nation and forming new friendships and relationships. But most of all, I think what I'm enjoying and I'm growing in is having an attitude of servitude. And I think having these various Life is Rich Zoom platforms, it allows me to remember that. So that when I'm outside of this community of learning, that through the demonstration of my living, I practice that as well. So, so that's good stuff, because sometimes, you know, when we leave these type of settings, when we leave church and things like that, we're not always practicing what we just experienced or what we just learned. So I think in having this Life is Rich community to stay connected to be my, you know, daily sometimes check-in, it reminds me to remain humble and to not see people as from an what I'm trying to say, opportunistic space.
Opportunist.
Well, okay. Well, even
We know what you're trying to say.
Right.
Don't be taking advantage of people.
Right. That's the raw way of saying it. But to, like you said earlier, Andrea, to see value in what I have learned and understanding the value in sharing it, and be uninhibited about who should receive it. You know what I'm saying? That's not my call. My call is just to be a servant and to share what I have, and leave that other end between them and God as to how they handle it. But I just got to deliver the message. So I'm just thankful to be part of this community that reminds me that I am a servant, you know what I'm saying? And that, you know, there's a job out there for me to do as a servant, and I need to forever be in position. So
yeah, Angie, thank you so much. Y'all, the ministry is really in the marketplace, man. That's where we're needed. You know what I mean? Out in the world, and that's what God has called us to. So Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can mute yourself out. Angie, let's go to Sigma. Is that an E or is that a Sigma? I think that's a big blue E. All right, Dwayne. Super Sigma. That looks like a Super Sigma. Go ahead, baby.
Dwayne Brown, West Philadelphia, born and raised, living out of Philly in Willow Grove. I know I gave in. I've been with the Life is Rich family since honestly January of this year, the end of January. And what I've gotten so far and what I love about it the most is just some of the opportunities to connect on different levels, and it all having to do with fostering, growth and mentorship and development, and between the financial piece, and it's one of those things where it's like there's a certain level of humility that I like every time I come to something, because when you actually got to stand there, and this is when growth is going to happen, when you can stand there in the mirror and say, man, for everything I know, I didn't know anything. Because it's just crazy, because it's like the things that I've learned and been able to put into perspective, you would think as someone that taught financial literacy as a class, that I would have my stuff together, but just not. So there's definitely a humbling thing. And as far as the leadership development, as far as my educational career, because that's what I do. I'm a administrator in a K-8 school, been vice principal of a high school, been, all sorts of other, as a matter of fact, my educational career, I've been an administrator longer than I've been a classroom teacher. And it's like, I still didn't know anything. The leadership development that I'm getting here is far beyond anything I've ever gotten from a district PD or anything else like that. So I would say, in addition to the maintaining my, humility, as was spoken before, prioritizing service, there's actually a term called servant leadership that I feel, is applicable here. And lastly, and then it's all, and I think part of the reason why I'm probably experiencing, the success and the growth and seeing everything come full circle is because, we can never forget that everything that's being done is being connected to, my foundation, my spiritual values, so that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you so very much, Dwayne. And now, y'all, drum roll, please. Our newest director from the South Side of Chicago, Michonne Berry. Welcome, Michonne.
Good morning. South Side. I'm a Chicagoan until Chicago ends. Until Chicago wins. I figured that I would be a part of that rap battle that Dwayne just came in with. And of course, Chicago wins. I'm excited and happy to be here. I appreciate the camaraderie. I appreciate the leadership. I was watching the young lady walk a minute ago with the sun. There she is. She's still walking with the sun breaking through the clouds. And I feel like a lot of being aligned with the correct people is just like the sun breaking through those clouds and bringing a ray of understanding and intelligence. And I appreciate that. I'm attracted to intelligence and I'm attracted to discipline. And I give both of those things in this organization.
I love it. That's the most philosophical sister I've ever met. I guess that comes with that martial arts discipline, right? It's all of that feng shui and all of that,
Can I just say, Michonne, you are adorable.
Isn't she?
You are absolutely adorable. Like, I love your spirit. I just love your realness. I love how you bring it. Girl, you just bring it. So welcome to the family.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
As a newbie, as almost 30 days in the family, I feel a part.
Yes.
And I appreciate you for saying that. And yes, Andrea, that's what my son says. Martial artists always got to be that feng shui.
It's like a band, like you hang out under the bamboo tree or something. I don't know.
Right. That's why I feel like I fit in right here, because you all are hanging under that bamboo tree as well.
That's right, baby. That's right. Hashtag bamboo. I love it. All right. All right, let's see who's next. Let's go to Keishelle. Keishelle, wait a minute. Let's go to Sheila. Oh, well, Sheila's got a mask on. Can we hear you, Sheila? We want to get you while you outside. Okay. Sheila, introduce yourself, my love. You've been with us a while. And I think, there you go. Take yourself off mute. Can you get it? Okay. All right. So
Okay, I got it.
There you are.
I got it. So my name is Sheila Horn. I am in Newark, Delaware. Kendra Thomas and Ramon Thomas are my cousins, and they introduced me to this community. And I guess one of the things that attracts me the most and keeps me in this community is that it's a safe place. It's a safe place where you can be yourself, you can be real. If you need help, you can get help, and you can help other people. And everybody in the community is valued. And some communities that I've been a part of, everybody has not been valued. And this is a community that everybody's opinion is valued. People are respectful. People are caring. It's a very heartfelt community. And I just appreciate it because it has to come from the leadership. If it wasn't for Nate and Andrea being that way, then we couldn't be that way. And it always drips from the top down. And that's just why I'm here, why I'm staying, what I appreciate about it. It's a place where you can be yourself, and you can grow. And I have grown in this community and grown in the way that I think and how I think, and what I think about. You know, my reading is more intentional, more consistent, and I can see the growth in just how I approach life on a daily basis. So I really appreciate Nate and Andrea. Kendra, you know I love you and appreciate you, and I'm thankful for this community.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much, Sheila. And now you can feel free to, the social distance, however the Lord leads you to with your mask on. All right. Let's see where we're going now. Ooh, it's so juicy. So many people just logged on. All right, let's go to my beautiful mother, Florence, and then we're gonna head on over to Keishelle Walker. So, Mother, would you take yourself off mute and share with everybody?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Florence Johnson here in Jacksonville, Florida. I've been a part of Life is Rich almost 4 years, but the community, I would say recently, what I gained most from it is the fact that with everybody coming together, you're able to listen to each person's testimony and share their story, and you can learn from each other, and I like that.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Mom. And you can go ahead and meet yourself back out. Keishelle, we're gonna go from Keishelle, and then I see some new directors, some directors that just logged on. So Keishelle, go ahead and introduce yourself. Oh, it's so good to see your face. I never see your face, Keishelle.
Go
ahead.
I know I'm always working or doing something, but good morning, everybody. I am Keishelle Walker. I am the owner of Creating Images Salon here in Macon, Georgia. I am also the co-pastor of International Family of Faith.
Airbnb.
And I am just so excited to be a part of this community. This community has allowed me to explore, different things and to really zoom in on my finances and tackle it. So learning tools and strategies on how to tackle the finances to get out of debt, and knowing that my income is my greatest asset, and learning to get more income, and also being a part of this community that is biblical based. It is, just amazing people that help to keep you on track, that are very transparent, that are open to love and share any information. Just, being a blessing to be here and blessed to be among people that are in leadership and in the marketplace and ministry is all of it. So I'm just excited to be here.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, we have two new directors that debuted yesterday. We want to go ahead and open up with and invite them to share their name, where they live, and the value that they get from being part of the Life is Rich family. And so let's go to Tamika Coleman. Tamika, open up, and then Arva, we coming to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tamika Coleman from Jacksonville, Pennsylvania. Been a part of the Life is Rich community for about 2 months now. What I get is just the knowledge that I can do all things. I love as your mom said, the testimonies and the different experiences from different people all help me grow. And I hope that, at some point, my experiences will help others to grow and see that anything is doable. I can be financially stable. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I love the family value in the Life is Rich community.
Beautiful. And that's the goal. The goal is that we all become people of value. That's it, period. I love it. Thank you so much, Tamika. Arva Demps.
Hi, I'm Arva Demps. I'm in Tallahassee, Florida, and I've been with Life is Rich since the end of March. And what I enjoy most is just the learning, the knowledge, and just building and, learning more about finances and just life in general. So I'm enjoying it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right. Let's go to Daryl Ellison, and then we go into Denise Brathwaite.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daryl Ellison. From Reading, Pennsylvania. I was invited to the community by Dwayne Brown. He's my friend, even though he is a Sigma. I won't hold that against him. But I'm new to the group, and this is my first call. What I'm looking to take from the community is as much knowledge as I can, so I can work on a better me, individually, spiritually, and financially. So I'm very excited to be part of the community, and very blessed to be invited to the community. And like I said, I'm looking to get as much knowledge as possible to be the to be very work in my community and to add as much as I can. So I thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so give up the goods. What's your fraternity affiliation?
I'm an iota. I'm an
iota. All right.
So.
I
raise
got
that
it.
shield. Gotta raise that shield.
Listen, we're trying to collect the D9 up in here, okay? All right, let's do it. Welcome, Daryl, welcome. All right, Denise.
Thank you so much.
Let's go. You're welcome, sweetheart. Denise.
I have to step away.
Wait, that's the brown and gold, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
all
ma'am.
All right.
All right, so let's go. Let's go to Val. Val, come on with it, Val.
Good morning. I'm excited because I love Life is Rich. Real talk. I am Val Shelton. I'm here by way of Birmingham, Alabama. And oh my, now I'm just full. I love everything about our family. But I have been a part of Life is Rich for 2 months. It's been about 2 months now. And what I get of value is that it is a safe place, that you can take the guard off, the face off, all of that. And you don't have to feel some kind of way. The personal growth and development is beyond measure. It's outstanding. And I just love so many things about this community on so many different levels. And to be reminded that I am the asset, that I am going to be living in fullness every day. Not allowing someone to dictate what kind of day that I have is amazing. It makes perfect sense. And it's just a great community, and we're all feeding off of each other. We're like-minded, we're different, but we're like-minded and we're feeding off of each other. And we're all coming on one accord at the same time. So that's what I find the value of this wonderful community. And that's it. Can't hear you, Andrea. Can't hear you, girl.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Somebody was texting me, trying to get on the Zoom. So I was trying to figure out what was going on with her. But Val, thank you. I love your song. I love Life is Rich. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for creating our theme song, Val.
Okay.
All right, let's see. Who do we have? I think we have everyone. I think Denise said that she had to step away. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? We have some guests. So let's go ahead. Now, who's Samsung SM? I don't know who that is. There's a Samsung SM, but we're going to go to Raina Phillips, and then we're going to go to Monique Mallory, because at least I know their names. Okay, Raina, please introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, where you're calling from, who invited you, give us some background, and what is it that you're looking for today?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Ronna Phillips.
Sorry.
Yes, that's okay. I'm from Philadelphia. Well, originally from Chester, PA, but currently live in Philly. I was invited this morning by Sora Kimberly Brown, and I am new to this. So I think the only thing, Kim and I, we've talked a couple of months ago. I had become ill. I didn't have the virus, but I thought I did. but I'm kind of like getting back to myself. So Kim, she has shared with me about the Life is Rich Wealth series. And I think what I'm actually, what I'm looking to get out of this is definitely to learn how to be more financially free. I do have a quick testimony to share. During this pandemic, I received a promotion. And it was a nice increase, and I'm actually in my third week of the new role. I work for the city of Philadelphia, so but I definitely am looking to, now that I have this increase, I need to learn how to manage that increase. Because when you're thinking like, oh, I have this increase, oh, I hit the jackpot, but no, I need to still live, or just be mindful and disciplined as when I had that lesser paying job. So I definitely am looking to be more financially literate and for financial freedom. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, and congratulations. Right?
Thank you.
Only God blesses his people in a famine. Okay. I'm here to tell you. So wonderful, and we are glad that you are well, that you're doing well, and we're glad you're here. All right, so Chandler stepped away, Denise stepped away. So Monique Mallory, let's go ahead and meet you.
Hi, hello, I'm Monique. I'm from Swedesboro, New Jersey. I was invited today by Tamika Coleman. She's my sister. I'm here just to learn more about Life is Rich and also to help assist me with financial security. I'm actually in the process of starting a new small business, and so I'm just learning how to budget better and just manage my finances a lot better.
Beautiful. Thank you. So glad to have you, Monique. Yes, excellent, excellent. All right, Denise, are you back? Chandler, are you with us? And then there's a Samsung phone that I can't identify, but let us know who you are. If we could take you, okay, there you go.
Hi, this is Rhonda Bass from Albany, Georgia, and I just gotten into the group about a month ago, and it's been very fulfilling so far. I'm learning a lot. Thank y'all.
Wonderful. All right, Rhonda. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes.
And Rhonda, and what has been fulfilling? What has been learning? Please give us something on that. What have you gotten of value?
I've gotten a lot of information on what to do and making sure that we're emphasize that we're not selling, that we stop. So I've been my thought process on that. So giving.
All right, so yeah, your sound was really bad, but I just want to go ahead and interject right there for everyone. Did you see what I just now did? And this is where we got to grow by the end, is that substance. The word information, a lot of information, getting, those are things that by the time you leave here, you want to shift. Information, knowledge is information. There's no shortage of, and we're in information overload. You get information all day long. When you come a part of here, and what my central focus on helping each and one of you to become thinkers is to recognize that knowledge is information. It doesn't mean jack. Understanding is comprehension. Wisdom is applied knowledge. Knowledge is information, understanding is comprehension, but wisdom is applied knowledge. It's critical that you start to be able to gather information and then say, so what? In fact, tomorrow is going to be a great time for you to each to do that. If you are a worshiper and you go and listen to the word tomorrow, you go somewhere, you listen to it online, I want you to think about that moving from today. This should be your immediate value thing, that I want you to leave here today a person that is able to say, so what? You're sitting in the word tomorrow, you listen to the scripture, you hear a preacher gets you wild up and you feel good. I want you to pause and say, so what? I got the feel good, but now what does this mean to me as I move forward through this week right now, moving forward? Knowledge is information. Understanding is comprehension. Wisdom is applied knowledge. So by the end of today, when we finish it up and do our recap, because we're going to come back around and ask you, what did you get of value? I need some meat. I need substance. I need that essay question answered, not the multiple choice. Think about that from a school standpoint. I need your essay question answered, not your multiple choice. I need to know that you've been fed, not some dessert, that you got some substance, that you are stronger, that you're built up, that you're able to say, man, I would have paid for that. Okay, now that $19 a year, what? Yeah, thank you, God. I've been gifted something. And then you have the conviction to be able to invite other people to be a part of our community. This is not a business meeting. We don't do business. We do life. Another distinction. Life is rich is not you being a part of a business. Life is rich is you being a part of a true coaching program that you're just not paying for it at the level in which, say, Andrea paid for 90 days. So now you got to be queued up every time you sit in front of here and hear us with your pen and paper, because you know that you got that thing of treasure. And if you go ahead and if you were to go into Life is Rich and you go into the forward in the beginning of the book, in the very first scripture, Matthew 13:44-46, the kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in a field. When a man found it, he hid it again, and then in his joy went and sold all he had and bought that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant looking for fine pearls. When we found one of great value, he went away and sold everything he had and bought it. My aim is for you to recognize today, when you walk away here today, that you got the treasure and that you're ready to go all in. So there we go. All right, Andrew.
Yeah, so Nate, that was my bad. That was my bad. I let my sorrow slide by. And And so I apologize for that. And I knew you were coming back. As soon as I said, okay, I knew you were coming back. So I own that. All right. So, but thank you for that, Nate. Chandler's all masked up. Introduce yourself, my friend, representing Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity 06. You're on mute.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Actually, no, correction. No Greek affiliation.
Oh, I already said, I didn't know he was an Alpha, A5.
How'd I mess that? How'd I mess that up? Nate was like, I was like, ooh.
That's why y'all need to stay with this whole life is rich thing. Y'all start throwing things and mixing that.
I'm sorry. All right. Calm down.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, that's not one of the perks of Life is Rich, a free membership to any Greek fraternity of your choice.
Right.
But I truly value and appreciate the affiliation with the Life is Rich community, the Life is Rich family. Nate is my blood relative. You all are my community family. And so Nate and I, we just met just a few years ago, but he also handed me the book, and I'm just grateful to have the connection with Nate and the community. I'm a graduate of the Financial Peace University, so my finances are improving, and I'm still working on the work. Also grateful for the men's fellowship group of the Iron Soldiers. So if there's any men, I do see some men that would invite you to get connected or stay connected with the Iron Soldiers group that meets on Monday mornings, where we can just really be transparent as men and to study God's word and develop as Christian fathers, Christian brothers, and Christian leaders in our communities. And just grateful for Life is Rich, and with all the coaching and the mentorship through Nate and others. So just glad to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. I think there's somebody that Tara. Tara just came on. Tara, introduce yourself and just share where you're from and what value you get from being a part of the community.
Good morning, everybody. It is morning time on the Alaska coast over here. My name's Tara Walker, and being a part of the community has been awesome. I've grown personally. I'm growing personally. And I am also working on my finances, getting those things in order, which has been long overdue. And I appreciate the support from the other members of the family. And let's go and do great things together. I'm looking forward for that.
Beautiful. Thank you so very much. I think that is everyone. Denise, are you back?
Hi, yes, I'm back.
Okay.
I'm Denise. I'm in Maryland, and what I've been getting of value from being a part of the community always is it's definitely the feeling of a safe place. I love the fact that I can come together with like-minded people, which is something that I've been wanting for a long time. I feel that the community overall has been good for me. I've said it many times before that I have been struggling for a long time with anxiety, and I feel that I've been growing more, thinking differently since I've been a part of the group. I just started with y'all. It's probably about a month now, so I'm learning and I'm still growing, and I'm just looking forward to continuing the course of my life with this community in whole. I'm glad that we are connected with y'all for the Leading Ladies Call on Mondays. It's always beautiful. It's empowering. And I love the fact that we share our heart when we're on the call. Full Pace University, I just recently started that towards the very end of the class, but I'm looking forward to the class starting up again next week, because I'm really looking forward to working with my finances and how to position myself to have more of the things that I want to have in place in my life. So overall, it's just a beautiful experience being here, seeing the messages pop up on my phone, as a reminder that, class is getting ready to start, or ladies call is getting ready to start. It's just a good feeling to have that connection, that when you see it pop up in your phone, you're like, oh, okay, Leader Ladies Call is coming on, or, Life is Rich is something that's happening. I need that kind of interaction personally. I need that interaction because I don't have that interaction in my life on a regular basis. So I'm just always thankful to you and Nate for putting all of this together to help all of us, and just continue blessings, as we all grow.
Awesome. Thank you, Denise. Appreciate those words and those sentiments. So I think we got everybody. I think we're ready to rock and roll. However, before we introduce Nate, so we can get this wealth series started, just want to share the next FPU Life is Rich presents Financial Peace is June 2nd. Now, let me just share this. The reason why we say Life is Rich presents Financial Peace is because it is a totally different experience going through and there are some people who have gone through a financial peace course, Dave Ramsey's financial peace course, the exact same material, but it's a totally different experience. Okay. Because it's all about the person who's taking you through. It's no different than you went on vacation with someone and it was one way, but then you went on vacation with the right someone. It was a totally different experience. Same place, but a totally different experience because you were with the right group or the right person. And so Nate just brings a totally different nuance to it. And I'm sure that everyone can attest to that who has been through financial peace. And as a bonus for joining the Life is Rich community, every single one of you, for the guest, the person who invited you on will share with you how you can be an official part of Life is Rich. And as a bonus of being a part of the community, you get to take Financial Peace University for free. If it's free, it's for me. Okay, for free with the purchase of the book and the study guide. And you can get all of that information on our website, thelifeisrichcompany.com, thelifeisrichcompany.com, and all, as well as you can see the testimonials and from many of the ladies and elders. Graduates actually are required to do a testimonial after they're done. So if you've got any debt, or if you want to figure out how to retire, maybe you're planning that, maybe you're behind the 8 ball when it comes to savings, or you just money illiterate, whatever, then you want to definitely take that class. All right. So with that being said, thank you all for sharing, and we're going to go ahead and open up with introduce Nate Scott. So Nate, the floor is yours.
All right. Great morning. Delighted to be here with you all once again. And we're going to jump right into it. My name is Nate Scott, author of Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth. And once again, hope that you have your pen, paper ready to take notes, ready to engage. If you haven't already gotten the book, no worries, pay attention, but go ahead, while you're multitasking, go ahead and go to www.thelifeisrichcompany.com. I want to encourage you to go ahead and place your order for the book. If you have an intention of going through our Life is Rich Presents Financial Peace University, if you want to take that, then I encourage you to go ahead and get the study guide as well, since you're there. That way I can get both of them mailed out to you no later than Monday. and it will definitely bless you. That's the true tool for you to continue to grow. So life is rich. What does it mean? Life is rich means I live in fullness every day. Life is rich means I live in fullness every day because I realize I am Christ's heir. Life is rich means I live in fullness every day because I am Christ's heir. That means spiritually, mentally, emotionally, relationally, physically, and financially. Spiritually, mentally, emotionally, relationally, physically, and financially. It's a principle-centered, biblically based leadership program. Principle-centered, biblically based leadership program focused on personal growth and entrepreneurship. Principle-centered, biblically based leadership program focused on personal growth and entrepreneurship. It's about how to think versus what to think. How to think versus what to think. How to think versus what to think. That's the unique selling proposition that we provide. That's what we truly offer. We are about educating, equipping, and empowering you to live in fullness every day in accordance to what God's word says for each and every one of us individually. I want you to know that you are individually and uniquely made and created for a specific purpose. And once you come to that full understanding and belief, that it changes up your entire world. You move from doing to being. You move from doing into being. It's a different vibe. You wake up inspired. You attack life with a vigor. You go about things on a daily basis intentionally, recognizing that your habits are reflected through your life. How to think versus what to think. And that process I developed as an infantry officer ranger, knowing that in taking my soldiers into battle, that if I got killed on the battlefield, the mission would still have to take place. And so this isn't a one-way dialogue or conversation. It's about facilitating. It's about helping you to walk into your own individual greatness. And so when you're reading the book, you got to play full out. Make sure that you have pen, make sure you have highlighter, and you go through and you mark it up and you think critically. It's not a read-through book. It's a real resource, such that if you go to Amazon and you read some of the reviews, one of the reviews says that it's Rich Dad, Poor Dad on steroids. Now, I want you to know that that really touched my heart, because in 2001, as I was leaving the military, I had a 90-day window in which to transition from the military into the civilian world. And because of this 90 days, I recognized that I had a limited window of opportunity. Because at that time, if you didn't have a history of income, then it would make it difficult for you to go buy things such as real estate. And so I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and 90 days after reading it, I applied those concepts. Remember what I said, Miles Monroe says that knowledge is information, understanding is comprehension, but wisdom is applied knowledge. Well, 90 days after reading Rich Dad, Poor Dad, I applied those principles. And within 90 days of reading it, I acquired over $1 million in assets in that 90 days. Amongst that, those actions that I took, I acquired a 40-unit apartment complex. That's right, 40, a 40-unit apartment complex. And that time frame, that 90-day window, is what laid the foundation for me to make my first $1 million by 32, which went on and built that personal net worth of over $5 million before the age of 32. And so I'm looking to help each and every one of you develop the mindset to see and peel back the layers to say, well, how did that happen? How can I start to consume information, gain an understanding so that I can apply it for my personal benefit? So my hope and desire is for each one of you now to commit to a lifetime of personal growth and development, to have the similar epiphany that I had back in 1996, the week that I graduated from West Point, when I walked into a room full of happy people. And through that experience, I learned about picking up books and going to seminars and being around successful people. I want you to have the experience of a lifetime, that you are able to do as I've done, and that is realize that it's not those college degrees. for me, I say if you take away my West Point degree, which is in engineering and sociology, if you take away my MBA from George Washington, if you take away my financial planning background from Georgetown, when I learned to pick up books and go to seminars and be around successful people, that's what laid the foundation for me to start walking God's word out. And that's what gives me joy. And that's what inspires me each and every day to connect with beautiful people like you that are hungry, that are ambitious, that have desire, that have work ethic, that truly want all that God has, but may just not understand how to tap into it. My promise to each one of you is that if you will lend me your ear, I will give you my heart. If you will lend me your ear, I will give you my heart. And I won't fail you when it comes to reminding you of your greatness. And so if you're hungry for that type of environment, if you're looking for that type of mentorship, if you have big dreams and big aspirations and all you need is direction and guidance, then you're invited to stay connected to us and plugged in. Every chapter of Life is Rich begins with scripture. And that's because we are foundation built on Matthew 6:33, which says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and all of his righteousness. And then there's the promise that all things thereafter shall be added unto you. Every page has a reason for it. So don't skip pages, don't read ahead. You can read ahead, you can jump around, but just know that I expect you to get value every time you open it up. I expect you to get value every time you open it up. Just like I expect you to get value every time you join one of our Zooms or a call or have a one-on-one with me. Why is that? Because your time is valuable. You see, we all have the same 1,440 minutes per day. And when you subtract out the time for working, for sleeping, and commuting, and the time it takes you to do what you have to do each and every day of your life, most people are left with just 1 to 2 hours remaining to do what they really want to do. But then the question is, do they have the money to do it? Reflect on that. Reflect on what I just said. We all have the same 1,440 minutes per day. No more, no less. So this whole idea of saying I don't have enough time, that's a lie. That's a lie. That is a lie. I know that probably goes against everything that you believe. Well, it's a lie. We all have the same 1,440 minutes per day. And when you subtract out the time for working, for sleeping, for commuting, and the time it takes you to do what you have to do each and every day of your life, well, in this season right here, how many of those things do you still have to take away? Come on now. When you subtract out those times, then what do you have remaining? So it's about not managing time. There's no time management, it's self-management. Make that adjustment. Not time management, it's self-management. It's what are you going to do with yourself given the finite amount of time that we all have. So with every chapter beginning with scripture, let me go ahead and just open it up with giving you something to have as a base foundation. And then from there, we will move into this being driven by you all. I'm delighted to be here to be able to facilitate, to answer your real questions as you go through the book. But you guys can go back and get the book and read the book on your own, but you want to maximize this opportunity to flip through and find something or to tell me what you've already read and get clarification. Because again, this is about accelerating your growth to move you into understanding and comprehension, which is where, and application, because that's where the gap truly is. The educational system fails us in developing critical thinkers and developing sound decision makers. And I excel at helping people to grow to that point. Vision. The process toward fulfilling a God-given vision. The process towards fulfilling a God-given vision. Life is Rich is a God-given vision. Because at 19, when I walked perimeter during Desert Storm, I said, Lord, if you allow me to make it back, I'll never waste a day of my life. So let's just use this as a parallel. You should always be able to cross-reference. And that's where you start to understand. That's where understanding is displayed. When you're able to hear something here, and then you're able to go take it and apply it over here, then that's when you start to see that you actually understand things. And that's right there. As example, Dwayne has talked about that in his life and how Life is Rich has impacted him, where he talks about how the things he's gotten here is bleeding over into his ability to apply it into his professional world. That's what I want for each one of you. This ain't one of these I don't want you to get away from this compartmentalization. That's what you do everywhere else. I'm looking to help you from the inside out, to touch your spirit, to touch your mind, so that you are always working with a certain standard in every area of your life. It's a mindset, it's a lifestyle. That's the vision. The process toward fulfilling a God-given vision. Go back and read Matthew chapter 9, verse 35 through chapter 10, verse 5. That's a reference from the biblical basis. Go back and look at Matthew 9, 35 through 10, 5. Jesus teaches us the process of fulfilling a God-given vision. Study this passage and watch for these steps. How do you get to getting from where you're at to where you want to go? Following the steps, looking for those things that can provide a roadmap for you. Number one, take initiative to obey. Get active in service. Number one, take initiative to obey. Get active in service. You see, Jesus went about all cities and villages. Number two, communicate the truth you have already. Communicate the truth you have already. Teaching in their synagogues and preaching the gospel of the kingdom. See, delivering the message. Number three, observe and understand the reality of human conditions. Observe and understand the reality of human conditions. But when he saw the multitude, let me pause right there. That's why I speak about and arm each and every one of you, a part of our family, with the fact that 77 million baby boomers are retiring and facing a cash flow danger. That 66 out of 100 people age 65 earn less than $30,000 retirement. That 47% of people say that they had a $400 emergency, they'd have to sell something or borrow money to address it. And that 78% of people are living paycheck to paycheck. See, those are things right there to address the multitude, to address what's really going on overall in society. Another example of that is 1 in 3 women being diagnosed with some form of cancer during their lifetime. The fact that the #1 cancer killer for both men and women is not breast cancer, that's 4. It's not pancreatic cancer, that's 3. It's not colon cancer, that's 2. The #1 cancer killer for both men and women is lung cancer. See, those are things that I demonstrate of how you look at and observe and understand the reality of human conditions. See, there's a process. Number 4, allow God to burden you with a specific need. Allow God to burden you with a specific need. He was moved with compassion for them because they were like sheep having no shepherd. In each one of your respective fields, you're expected to be able to look at and listen to and observe and see what that specific need is, given where God has placed you uniquely to be that observer, the watchman. Number 5, see a divine diagnosis. What is the issue to be resolved? So what? That's what you're looking at. What is the issue to be resolved? The harvest truly is plentiful, but the laborers are few. That's why we're developing leaders. The harvest truly is plentiful, but the laborers are few. See a divine diagnosis. What is the issue to be resolved? That's where I want to facilitate and help you to see that, to grow you in that respective way, to help you with your understanding. your comprehension, your wisdom, your applied knowledge. Number 6, pray to determine what action could meet that need. Pray to determine what action could meet that need that you're uniquely positioned to address. We got responsibility in each and every area where we walk in. Don't come in here with this thing as if you don't already have what you need. Don't come in here having lazy thinking. When I push back and I say, okay, suppose you do know the answer, it's because I know you know, I've just got to pull it out of you. That's the Socratic method of teaching. That's what you're going to experience within this community, and that's what you experience when you're reading the book. It's written like that because it's my real voice. Number 7, choose a team and empower them for partnership. Choose a team and empower them for partnership. I don't want you coming here to get. I'm gonna feed you. I want you to feast, but I expect you to be a contributor. I expect you to give value. Every place else is about taking. What can I get? What can I get? What can I get? That's why I don't have people sitting on the sidelines being on mute and me not knowing who you are. I ask you a few times, and then after that, I got to get you out, because everywhere else people are takers. Most people are takers. Most people are about self. That's not how we roll. We got to break that spirit, and that's what we work towards. Choose a team and empower them for partnership. And when he had called his 12 disciples to him, he gave them the power. You all have the power. I'm just simply here to facilitate. I'm simply here to grow you. There's no ego on my part. I respect each and every one of you, but we are at different levels. And I walk in that understanding of where I'm at, and I'm not bashful about that. But in no way, shape, or form is there disrespect. I just know that I've got to elevate you. There's a greater level that each one of you can reach to. And then number 8, take immediate action toward the fulfillment of the vision. Take immediate action toward the fulfillment of the vision. These 12 Jesus sent out. And I want to conclude that by you just reflecting on God's word, where it says that now faith, Hebrews 1, talking about faith. Now faith, immediate action. Now faith, these next 9 days. Now faith is a substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen. I'm hoping for the fulfillment of God's vision, and I expect it. And so therefore, that's why I go about life doing what I do and being who I be. I have an expectation that everything that he's shown me, that everything is already done. All I've got to do is walk it out and meet it. And all I'm saying to each and every one of you is to come along, to take on the mantra, and in turn, let's go forward and be of good cheer, and let's be the light. Let's be the light to draw people unto us. All right. And so thank you. Let's get into it. I'm here. I'm gonna hand it over to our facilitator with Andrea. I recommend that that we begin by you guys starting with telling me where we're at. Tell me, I need to know who's actually read something since we last got together, or who's read anything since having the book. And I'm just here as a fly on the wall to interject when I need to, but this is one thing that you guys kind of work through together, and I clarify anything that could be misunderstood. So Andrea?
All right. I will say this, that one of the things that I love on page 4, which happens to be my lucky number, is that big graphic that says the expert in anything was once a beginner. And so that goes to, speaks to everybody that's on here, is that just really applying, learning, and applying what we learn and continuing to be in a state of learning will move us all from beginner to expert. If we want to be experts, we got to know that everybody started at ground zero, okay? And so that gives me great comfort in knowing that we're all growing. We are all growing. So that always blesses me right there. And so who read the book and at least the first 4 chapters, or the first chapter, or the introduction, and you have a question? Who has a question about anything that they read in the book?
And actually not just a question. Always let's set the stage by giving
Value.
the value. Yes.
Okay, value. All right, so who's gonna go first?
Okay, we
Who
can't
read
have
it?
delays, so you
Who
guys
read it? Who read it? Who? There was somebody that came off mute to speak.
That was Dwayne.
Okay, go ahead, Dwayne.
All right. I wanted to share something. Those of you that have your book, page 37. And Daryl, I know you have the book, but I definitely want to just share this piece. It says it's from the chapter talking about becoming an entrepreneur. It says, in whatever way you decide to structure your business startup, either on a full-time or of a part-time basis, the key is to get started. What makes an entrepreneur different from other people in his or her ability to find ideas and follow through with them? Most people are not oriented to do anything about their ideas, while still others believe it would take too much of their time and money to follow through to completion. This leaves the marketplace wide open to the person who needs to explore any good idea and turn it into profit. As I was reading this, specifically that paragraph and chapter as a whole, the whole becoming an entrepreneur, it's caused me to kind of reflect on even my own start here, even in the family, where it's like I got started in January, and I admittingly, even if you've heard some of the recording calls, for those of you that have, felt like I let an entire month get away from me, February, and just hesitating to quote unquote pull the trigger and to, stuff like that. Now, luckily I had, Nate being able to reach his hand out and say, would you like my help? And then I was able to, get started and stuff like that. But I just found, like, between this and like anybody that's a guest, I don't want you to, fall into that same thing. Like, let's just get started. Let's get it done. Like, we spend so much time in our life putting things off. I attribute it even as something, maybe it's not financially related, but even physically related. How many times have people been getting ready to start a new, workout program or new diet or meal plan or something like that, and then you didn't follow through, you didn't be consistent, and you didn't take advantage of, the time in the day that you have. I think the other reflection is that, and kind of comparing that with, how we started out about the time in the day that people have, is interesting to me, the amount of times that we say we don't have time, but we can find time for other things that aren't as fulfilling or that aren't growth opportunities and that aren't, going to help develop us.
That's the deal. So you had mentioned, Dwayne, you mentioned something specifically to Daryl. Were you mentioning something specifically to Daryl? I heard you call his name.
That was kind of more of the, we here, let's get started. That Daryl is, posed to, growth in, we'll say, first level of leadership.
Okay.
Got to get started.
Okay. Got it. All right, Daryl, what say ye? I'm hoping that Monique, who's a guest, who mentioned that she's starting a business. I hope that was a help to you. I'm not sure if you have the book, but if not, I hope that portion right there was of help to you. Okay. Anybody else? Let's see. There was somebody. I think, was it Chandler? No, that wasn't you. I thought you were trying to say something. All right. Who else read the book that you, and what value did you get from what you read?
Hey, it's Tamika.
Go ahead, Tamika.
There is on page 4, the Daily Habits poem. I use that. Like, I printed it out and put it on my refrigerator because it's a constant reminder that in life we get so caught up in doing things a certain way that sometimes you have to break that mold and realize that the same habits that you did for the last 15, 20 years kept you where you were for 15 to 20 years. To break those habits, it's a constant reminder. So I find myself when I'm getting ready to say, oh, I'll do it later, to remind myself of that right there, get up and do it now. Because it's habit forming, and you get so used to being robotic in certain things that you have to break that process up and do things differently. So for me, that's my constant reminder. It is on my refrigerator. I told my husband I'm about to put it on the bedroom door. Not that I'm always the same way, but it's just a good reminder every day that I have to do things differently.
Wonderful. The book we're in, Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth. All right. And actually it's page 5. It's page 5. Yeah. Okay. So that's probably what the, what the confusion was. It's page 5. Do you have the book in front of you, Tamika? Or no?
Yes.
Can you go ahead and read that? Because there's some that don't have it.
Okay. Hey, babe.
Yes.
Okay. Let me help out, because what I want to do, I want to keep us moving. I'll go ahead and read it. I'll go ahead and do that myself. I'll do that right now. But here's what I need you guys to do. This is not, we got to pick it up. We got to pick it up. Who, first and foremost, if you do not have the book, if you don't have the book, please drop your name or drop something in the message, in the chat box, so that we can actually see who actually has the book, so that we can move forward with who should already be ready to engage with this. This is about engagement. This is about growth. So if you don't have it, drop a message in the chat box. Daily habits done daily, build character. Page 5, page 5. Daily habits done daily, build character. I am your constant companion. I'm your greatest helper or heaviest burden. I will push you onward or drag you down to failure. I am completely at your command. Half of the things you do, you might as well turn over to me, and I will do them quickly and correctly. I am easily managed. You must be firm with me. Show me exactly how you want something done, and after a few lessons, I will do it automatically. I am the servant of great people and the laws of all failures as well. Those who are great, I have made great. Those who are failures, I have made failures. I am not a machine though. I work with the precision of a machine, plus the intelligence of a person. You may run me for profit or run me for ruin. It makes no difference to me. Take me, train me, be firm with me, and I will place the world at your feet. Be easy with me, and I will destroy you. Who am I? I am habit. All right, and so let's go, let's see, do not have the book yet, okay. Monique, the book inside the chat, you can see where you can get the book at www.thelifeisrichcompany.com. I've typed in all that information, and if you're not currently a member of the Life is Rich family, read up above so you can see what you get as a bonus by becoming a member. Daryl, got it. Daryl, I know that you're going to order it, so same thing, the link is up there above. Okay, Rana, I just purchased the book. Okay, hopefully you bought it from the www.thelifeisrichcompany.com website versus Amazon. That then gets it directly to us. And Denise, don't have access to my book this week. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. All right, so daily habits done daily. That right there, you want to make sure that you want to put a stick pin there. Samsung, same thing up, the www.thelifeisrichcompany.com. That's where you can buy it from directly. You want to make a note of that. That's right there. That's a staple. If you just master just that page 5, it'll change your life. So Tamika, talk to us. Give me something. Why is that something that you quote unquote use every day? What did that mean to you when you first read it? How does that impact you, and how has that impacted you?
Well, for me, it's when I first read it, it was almost like an eye opener. I do things every day. I have routines of things that I get up every morning at 6:30, get ready for work, brush my teeth, like things that I do on a daily, every day. There are certain things in my life, being the the wife and a mother that are strictly my responsibilities. So for me, I found that in reading that, it opened my eyes to a place where I'm always saying, I don't have time, I don't have time, I don't have time because I got this and I got that. And it was breaking that mold. You do have time because you got time to separate a little bit of this. It's just breaking up my daily habits and doing things differently and thinking differently and not thinking on a one track of, okay, this is my day planned out for today. I had no room for flexibility to be able to move around in anything, and it kept me tired because this was my daily routine. So in reading that, it was kind of like that. I do have a habit of just doing this and not doing and not taking the initiative to do things outside of what I already had planned for my day because it's my habit, is what I'm used to doing, it's my comfort zone. So it kind of pushed me out of that comfort zone to be able to do different and think differently and open up more time within my day because it wasn't bogged down with, I don't really want to say unuseful things, but literally it was unuseful things that I can do or have done, or things that I could delegate to someone else, one of my kids to do. It doesn't have to be me all the time. And that's what that did for me. It kind of opened my eyes that my habits were keeping me in the same spot. I was feeling like I wasn't living, I was just existing, but it was because of those habits. It wasn't that I wasn't really living life or anything like that. It was just that I had a routine and I had to stick to that routine. It was almost robotic to me. So that kind of broke that mold, but it's a constant behavior because I've lived my life that way for the last 20 something years. So now it's like, okay, get out. You can do different things. You can do, it doesn't have to be that way all the time.
Wow, wow, wow. Who else had something? Who else had a revelation as a result of reading that or listening to what I just now shared? Michonne, go ahead. Michonne?
Yes, this is Michonne in Chicago. So yes, I absolutely did, because this quote will be something that I will share with my students because it is something that I've tried to teach them, but I needed to tease it out a little bit more. So then I need to put in the components of character that I'm working to build with them. So daily habits done daily builds character. What does that mean? It means disciplined habits done daily builds a disciplined character. Respectful habits done daily builds a respectful character. Courageous habits done daily builds a courageous character. Honorable habits done daily builds an honorable character. So for me, it's absolutely empowering. I'm very excited about the quote. And as I'm ending my school year with my scholars, and I got a lot of pushback because I'm very demanding and I'm just serious about the things that I do. And that's where I connect with you, Nate, about the seriousness about what we do and or how you teach or what you expect, and not taking shortcuts and not taking less than. So many people want to give you less than and then give you excuses. And I'm not interested in your excuses. Excuses are the tools of the incompetent, and those who use them do not accomplish anything. And so I don't play those games of excuses. You're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. I don't do the try. You either do it or you don't. Try means to attempt in failure. And to connect all that in there, this poem, and I teach a lot of empowering poems, Invictus and If, and so forth and so on. And I think this poem right here, and not that it's a poem, but this particular information right here is something that I want to leave with my students, because absolutely, once you can adapt this mentality to your life, your opportunities and your success is just going to manifest or multiply.
It has to. Again, that's where the how the thing versus what the thing. How the thing versus what the thing is a conscious decision. I did something yesterday where I said decision. You got 10 days, make a decision. That's a choice. And that's something that has to come from the inside out. You can hear when someone believes that which they're speaking of. That's conviction. That's not rah-rah, that's not fluff. That's a strength position, because understanding that most people operate on a daily basis quickly to make excuses. Again, 99% of failures come from those people that are used to making excuses. If you turn to page 156, for example, echoing what Michonne just now said, again, is reiterated. Your best thinking got you to where you are today. In other words, you have created your current situation, and if you created it, then you can change it. Too many people believe that practice makes perfect. Nothing could be further from the truth. Practice makes permanent. Practice is what creates our habits, and our habits are what are running the bulk of our lives and thus creating our future. See, I believe that each of us is in charge of our own destiny, and each of us was born to be great. I did not say that we are born great, but rather born to be great. That's a decision. Daily habits done daily build the character required to focus on perfect practice, which leads to perfect. Unfortunately, part of being human is to see if we can do the least amount and somehow get the most. We live in a culture that seems to be based on instant gratification, which is surefire formula for failures in every aspect of your life. The problem is that none of us can see ourselves swing. We are all too often unconscious of what we're doing to sabotage our lives. I believe the higher you want to go and the more success you desire in any endeavor, the greater the likelihood is that you will need a mentor or a personal coach. So once again, Mashawn just now put something out there. And so what you've got to do, you got to be able to listen, understand, and then you should be able to go to something else to layer that which you have gained some basis of understanding. Does that make sense? Who else? Who else got something of value from that or anything else? See, I can go page by page, and we can do a whole session just like we just did. We can pull out one thing. So talk to me. Who else got something? Again, we're going to move this thing as fast as you're going to go based on what your level of engagement is. Who else? You're on mute. Somebody's on mute. I don't know if somebody's
Yes.
Go ahead, Kendra.
So the habit thing, it really stuck out to me as well. And I think what Mashawn just said about the changing of habits. I just had a conversation with my daughter this morning, and I don't consider myself an impulsive buyer. So I didn't consider myself to be an impulsive buyer, but I think attending Life is Rich, presents financial peace, has really allowed me and raised awareness that I was an impulsive buyer. That was kind of a habit. So I found myself looking out the kitchen window this morning, and I have this big pot with a fern that comes up. And so really my idea, I want to have like a lot of big pots around the deck so that the ferns could come up. And so naturally I want to say, oh, well, when I go get the mulch, I can just pick up some pots. And then I said, you know what? No, I'm not going to pick up pot, because that's my opportunity cost. So the money that I'm going to be spending there, I'm not going to be able to then, gazelle and tense my debt. And so now I'm thinking in that way. And so while I think impulsive buyers are people who buy shoes all the time, buy pocketbooks all the time and all that, no, those little things that, I say, oh, I'll just run and pick that up because I just had the money, to go ahead and do it. But it really raised my level of awareness regarding changing the habits. So changing the way you think. So when Tamika talked about, this is how I live my life, for the past 20 years. Yeah, that's how I was living my life. But look at the situation that I am in because I was living my life that way. So yeah, that really spoke to me. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Excellent. Awareness. That's it. I want to help each one of you have a pause button. It's not about being restrictive. It's just counting the costs. For all of you out there that have never heard the term opportunity cost, I need you to go look up that term. I need you to be joining us on June 2nd when we kick off the next class. But opportunity cost is keeping most of you broke. Broke, not just financially, but broke in every area of your life. Because again, the concepts are principles. Life is Rich is about teaching you how to live by principles. Principle-centered, biblically based leadership principles. That opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is something that if you just get an understanding of that in turn will change your life. It's a pause button. I want you to have all that you desire, but I want you to count the cost every time you make the decision. You say, okay, I'm choosing this over that, and I'm doing so with forethought of the consequence of that particular decision. It's okay. I like nice things. I'm a Taurus. I just celebrated a birthday. I like the Rolex. I like the Mercedes. I like the BMW. I like all those things. But I will tell you, I've never allowed those things to be bought from my money. my work money, my sweat money. Anytime I wanted all the luxury items, I've always said, how can I make my money by that? It's about taking those dollars and putting them to work. Make your money go to work. Make it account for itself. Dollar bill, you better work for yours. You want something else, you better go to work and give me something. This dollar here has got to be worth more than just more than 4 quarters. It's got to be worth $10. It's got to give me a 10x. Something's got to be produced so I don't eat from my seed. All right. So here, I saw someone just come off a mute.
That was me. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Whoever that was.
This is Tara. Oh.
Go ahead,
It's Tara speaking. Well, I just wanted to piggyback off of Kendra real quick. As far as like looking at things, sitting around and then thinking, oh, I got to go pick that up when I'm out. You know, I realized I have a habit of going through my email, and apparently I need to go through and clean up and unsubscribe from a lot of websites because I'm constantly getting, you know, shoe advertisements, dresses, whatever, and I'll go through the process of even putting it in my cart and everything, but I will apply the principle that we learned in FPU, which I have used for years, as far as walking away and coming back, you know, tomorrow. If it's a real strong need for me, then I'll go through with the purchase. If not, then I'll just, you know, walk away from it. But I just wanted to piggyback off of that. And so that might actually be something to either unsubscribe to a lot of the websites that you might have.
All right, wonderful. Mom?
Wait, hold on, Tara, let me just give you there's a service called Unroll Me. If you download Unroll Me and attach your email, it will it'll get rid of all the junk mail. And
oh, okay.
Yeah, and so you don't have to spend time going through opportunity costs, right? You don't have to spend time going through all of that. Unrollme.com, and then you can do it like that.
All right. And anyone else that have things like that, give that in text in the box so we can keep on moving with that. So give those resources, real time, listen up, type it in the chat box so we can go. Mom?
Yeah, I got a lot of values from the book, and, you know, something that I can help someone with, you know, in my business also, because it says, in page 40 says, don't let putting a business together stop you from getting started. Most time, you know, it says business get started. Success is just having the courage to begin. And most time we said, well, I can't start a business or even something small because I don't have the money. And it also said the first place to look for finance is at home. Personal things. And one thing I got of value from this book is that a lot of times we have so much stuff in the house that we don't need. I'm speaking from a personal, I had so many records in my house. People don't play long playing record or even the 45s anymore. And because of the book, I was able to sell over $1,000 worth of the long playing record on all little things that just taking up space in my house. So that portion of the book, I learned that from the book. Another thing on page 44, it says that, you know, as a business, we always said, I learned in my business that, you know, we have to find a need and fill it. And the book is just saying something the same way, but in different. It says, when we're doing business, and I mean, I hear Nate say that all the time, selling, is it selling? No, telling is selling. Telling is selling. And whether we're selling a service or a product, we just have to find the need and just sell the solution and not the problem. So I learned a lot.
Solve the problem, not the solution.
Yeah, not the solution. Yeah. Thank you, Nate. So that's there's a lot of information in the book if we just learn it and put it in practice. So I'm up to, page 48. I'm reading, going further, and then to go back over it. And one thing that I never like to do, I'm a neat freak. I like to have my book neat and nice, but now I'm learning to highlight, because you can go back and just see those things and put like little pluses. That's very important. So I'm doing that too. If you look, I start to do my little highlighting, my little marking up. It's kind of rare to me, but breaking whole habits. Yeah, so I get a lot of value from the book.
Outstanding, outstanding. And if you go through and read, you'll see that I actually wrote that out. I actually tell you in the write-up to tell you to mark it up, because that means you're playing full out. That means you're actually engaged in the process of learning. You got to be doing something so that it then hits right here. If I tell you, you'll forget. If I teach you, you'll remember. But if I involve you, you'll learn. And so this, again, this is not meant to be something stagnant. This is meant for you to engage with. Ball it up. My book, this is my original copy. It's all marked up, written up, all that stuff. So, and I go here, I use my book. I still get value from it, from my stuff, and it's coming from me, myself. But literally, I read this thing, and I go through it and highlight, because, I don't apply everything all at one time. And that's what I want you to develop in your practice, is that don't ever go with, it's like God's word. Don't act like you read a scripture and you got it and like a read. I'm saying, don't be reading through stuff. Start chewing your food. Start taking the bite and then chew on it. Get something from it so that you can actually then use it. All right, who else?
That was me. I wanted to just mention when you talked about the opportunity cost. And I remember when I was 20, my 20s, when I first started my part-time side hustle, with Mary Kay. And I literally was working at Cooper Medical Center in Camden. I was living in Philly, and I was working in Camden. So I had that commute from Mount Airy to to Camden, New Jersey every day and back. And when I started my part-time business, I saw that I could make, when I did the math, I was making more money part-time. I just didn't have the time to make as much money as I was making on my full-time job. And so for me, I didn't even know that it was opportunity cost, whatever it is, however that goes. Opportunity cost. I didn't even know what it was, but the only thing I could think of was, man, if I had more time to do this, then if I had the same 40 hours a week to do this, I could do more than I'm already doing. And I thought about, man, if I stay here, I know what I'm gonna make. I know my salary. But what if I had that 40 hours on my job to do this, that I'm already potentially making more money as I do the math? And that's what caused me to make the decision to quit my management job, that I was being promoted up the ranks in the company, and to just say, you know what, I'm gonna go all in on this thing. But likewise, because everything is like seasonal, when I got to the top of my career, and thanks to you, Nate, helping me to understand that literally was opportunity cost, that I had to make another decision. I can stay here for another 12 years, and what's the best case scenario? Or I can take 12 years, partner with you, and then we can create more in half the time than I could in 12 years doing what I was doing by myself. And so that really was a great help, because when you said it again, I thought, man, I didn't even realize that that's what I did when I left my corporate job coming here, is that I was weighing the cost, and it just made sense to me to just go ahead and do that. So that's what I wanted to share.
All right. Anyone else? If we can pick it up from there, go ahead. Now you're seeing the temperament. Now you're seeing the flow. This is what it should feel like. Look, Chandler, go ahead.
All right, Chandler White. So Andrea, thanks for sharing. And that just leads me to think of what was shared in the book on page 15, I believe. speaking of OPK, other people's knowledge. And that's what I'm learning and really starting to value is the value of the knowledge that maybe I don't already possess. And that was kind of a mistake in my past, not really connecting, what other people value. But other people's knowledge is so valuable in terms of helping me save time and money. And, in this forum right here, just being able to connect with, brilliant minds and people that are ambitious and seeking knowledge and seeking, development and leadership, that is, as Nate said, that was something that, was priced and packaged for Andrea to get. And we are here getting it, for free or as a benefit of being, connected to the community. So OPK, other people's knowledge, let's continue to share what we've already gained, and let's continue to plug into people that we see and know, have some value, have something that we, can benefit from, not to be leeches, but if there's an opportunity in a relationship, a mutual environment of sharing, and then why not? We want to build each other up, and we want to grow as a community and be empowered to, do greater things, together. Just like a marriage, you come together, romantically, but also, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, financially, especially when you put your monies together, many times you can transition from, living in mom's house to buying a home, or, living in an apartment or a townhouse to having a single family home with a pool and being in a gated community. But, just the impact of partnership and being able to, share knowledge.
Awesome. Well said. Collaboration is a multiplier. Collaboration is a multiplier. Collaboration is a multiplier. It's about what value can I add? What value can you add? If there's no synergy, then there's no need to be in relationship. We've got to be aligned. It's alignment before assignment. It's got to be coming together for a purpose. What is the purpose of our engagement? Why are you in my life? When I go through my Facebook, I always go through and I reach out to people, especially now. I'm in a season where I'm purging. I've got 5,000 contacts. I'm reaching out to people, and I literally reach out and I try to message them and say, hey, how do we know each other? I'm reaching out to you because I want to know how we're connected. And more importantly, why do you follow me? Why are you a friend following me, yet you're not engaged with me? If there's no value being received, then just be a follower. I don't need to have you taking up my spot on my limited list of friends. I look to move those relationships offline because I'm looking for something that can be done to bring us together for something greater. My personal mission is to create a $10 million endowment fund to foster personal growth and development and entrepreneurship. Let me say that again. My personal mission is to create a $10 million endowment fund to foster personal growth and entrepreneurship. In doing that, I want to align with other people that can wrap their mind around something of that magnitude, so that in turn, what I'm going to offer up, what I'm going to bring to this relationship is my strategic thinking, my book of business, my resources, my black book, to see how I can then tap into what you have going on to help you to reach your goal. If you receive that type of spirit and you are not threatened, then that means we can come together. I posted yesterday that you want to surround yourself with winners. You want to surround yourself with winners so that when you celebrate your wins, it's not taken as being braggadocious. Surround yourself with winners so that when you celebrate your wins, those around you aren't saying that you're bragging. It's about moving along and flying with eagles versus hanging around with ducks. Great minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. Small minds discuss people. And so that's what the Life is Rich family is about. And that's the standard in which we move forward. So thank you for bringing that out. Who else? Who else got something, and where you're at in the book? Thank you. That's as challenges demonstrated, that's what you want to be able to pull up. You want to talk about something that you got some substance from, that you say, okay, So moving forward, who else? Who's been reading? Because most of you have the book. So pick out something and let me know what questions you have or what comments you have regarding anything in there.
Name it that. Name it. Quick question.
Quick question.
Quick question in terms of the endowment. Would there be some, I guess, some conditions or requirements to be able to have access to the endowment?
No, so here's what it is. Let me explain it to you. Here's what it is. The first would be the root behind it. I was a founding board president of a nonprofit. I've served on many nonprofits. I've served also on an endowment fund. And in each one of those circumstances, and of course, because of what I've done financially, I've always gotten phone calls from people asking for money. So those are the bases. Well, what I've always seen is that whole constant cycle of going and asking donors for money. And because I'm an entrepreneur, social entrepreneur, I said, well, if I can help to create an organization that is self-sustainable, then that seed can continue to replenish. And so my personal idea was based on the fact that they're saying, if we had if something was endowed with $10 million and the return that was being gotten through the investments was 5%, that means $500,000 would be available for the organization for programming purposes. They can take care of delivering all the things that they would want to deliver. My idea is that I know that I have something of value that can cause people to want to pay for it. I said, if I take and set a dollar amount of $1,000, and I'm willing to give $1,000, give someone an offer of $1,000 in teaching them how to create $100,000, educate in how to create 100,000, or how to get out of debt, or all those things that you guys are experiencing within the Life is Rich community. I'm walking it out. So so imagine now all that you know that I said you had to pay $1,000 to gain what you've gotten, that you get. Most people would we already got a baseline understanding that Andrea paid $4,500 for 90 days. So it's not a question about whether or not somebody will buy what it is that's offered, right? So 50 of you all, I said in my mind, if I help 50 people earn $100,000, my goal, let me help 50 of you, help you show your household a change of $100,000. Then all I want you to do as a part of this big vision is to take 10,000, 10% of your 100,000, not for me. Take your 10%, and now you set up 10 scholarships of $1,000. So Taylor, I help you to make 100,000. All I want you to do is I want you to take 10,000 of that. I want you to identify 10 people or 10 organizations, and you see those individuals with a scholarship in your name from your own personal give back, your own wealth creation, and allow them to get the same that you benefited from, where you learned how to make 100,000. Let them get direct access to the source that can do the same, that gives them the same educational opportunity. We always say that when someone say, well, education, once you get your education, nobody can take it away from you. Then we grow up from that. I'm from the South. I know we heard it all the time. Hey, go get your education, boy. Go get your education, because once you get your education, nobody can take it away from you. I'm taking that same concept because I know that thing we push from the schoolhouse doesn't come with that type of return, because we're focusing on something outside of that which truly provides you to tap into who you are. So that's why it ties back to me saying, take away my West Point degree is engineering and sociology, take away my MBA from George Washington, take away my finance planning from Georgetown. When I learned to pick up books and go to seminars and be around successful people, that's what laid the foundation for me to make my first million by 32. Surely I can teach you how to get 10% of that, which I've already learned to do, and then help you then to pay it forward in the same vein. Gotcha. So it has nothing to do with me except for me passing on that spirit to say that you don't need to be holding on tight. I'm going to pay it forward into you so that your family tree changes up. But I need you to help me with pushing forward so that more lives are impacted. If we do that with year one, then we've already created 50 Giving back 10,000 into sowing 10,000 is 500,000. As I said, if it was a $10 million endowment fund served into your university and they were investing it and getting 5%, that means the university now has $500,000 that they're able to use for their continuing to do what they do, putting in new buildings, supporting school, athletic program, new stadium, all those things.
Endowments.
I'm saying we are creating that same equivalent impact. Impact. That's what social entrepreneurship looks like. That's the Life is Rich vision. That's self-perpetuating, because that now that 50 that we now sold into $10,000 worth, now that's 500 people, right? That's 500 new. 50 now becomes 500.
Right.
Now you help those 500 to learn how to do the same thing. And now that 500 is expected to give back 10.
Right.
Of their own choosing. Now that's 50,000. Lives that are impacted. Well, thank you for asking that question. Does that make sense?
That's pretty awesome.
That's where collaboration, great idea, great minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. Small minds discuss people. I hope that as I walk that out right now, that I made it plain for you.
Yes.
Is that plain for you?
Yeah. Thank you for the detailed explanation.
All right, great. Thank you. Who else? What do we have? Where we at? Where are we at today? We're out here. We're talking about the chapters. You got leadership as the answer. You got the cash flow danger. You got to happen to me. Becoming an entrepreneur, choosing the right entity, raising capital, asset protection, protecting your financial privacy, reducing your taxes, retirement planning, residual income retirement planning, estate planning, and Life is Rich. What do we have? What questions do you have? Where are you at? What else have you gotten as you're reading through? What stood out to you?
Hey, Nate.
Yes.
So last night at the end of the director debut call, you were talking about people who, the understanding that unless you have residual income, that you're always going to be behind the 8 ball, so to speak. And that really, matter of fact, I think, let me see, where is this? It's in the introduction where you lay out, about working hard, just like that whole thing, get your education and work hard to get a good education and everything will just be fine. Well, on page 8, it says what happened. We did get a good education. We did work hard.
Start with number 7. Start on page 7.
Okay, so page 7 says at the bottom, right?
Start with my intent.
My intent, right. My intent is to teach you what I believe is the foundation for creating your personal MBA in any industry at any time. In your mind, you may be thinking master's in business administration, but I am speaking of a massive bank account. Isn't that what you really want and need in order for you to live the life that you desire? If you are currently unemployed or underemployed, I want you to do what you do as far as the process of looking for a job. However, I want you to develop into the person others want to hire. More importantly, be willing to hire yourself. That's deep. The first step in that process is that we need to stop working so hard. Is that good news? I know that I already tell you things that are contrary to what you've been told all your life. What were you told about working hard? Get a good education and you work hard and everything will be just fine. But what happened? We did get a good education. We did work hard, but let me ask you something. How many people do you know who are hard workers? How many of those people are wealthy? Evidently, working hard doesn't work. I rest my case. What you've got to learn to do today is to work smart. Now you've been told that, you've been told that before, but in today's context, working smart means getting involved in something that will give you income. And these are the 4 points that were key for me. Number 1, work at something that will give you income. 1, it might mean getting involved in something that you will get some tax breaks. 2, it means getting involved with something that will build a savings for you. Number 3, it means getting involved with something you could own, something that would go up in value. And number 4, it means getting involved with something you don't have to have so much of your money involved in. And then that for the next, I guess, 5 words after that little blurb right there, begin with the end in mind. And that's the thing that you're always teaching us, is to begin with the end in mind. What kind of life do you want? What kind of life do you want? Do you want a job, a career, or a life? A job, a career, or a life? And depending on what season we're in or what our background is, I know for me, I never thought about entrepreneurship because I came from a family of immigrants who just worked. They worked 2 jobs, 3 jobs, 10 jobs. We're from Jamaica. Okay. And so, I mean, honestly, we're Jamaican. I mean, that thing is true. We just work. I saw my mom works hard. My dad works hard. And, you know, and they provided a great life. They provided a good life for us. But we were never exposed to entrepreneurship. And it wasn't until my mom started her side business that it caused me to say, hey, you know, but back in the day, network marketing or direct sales or any of those type of companies, they were really not around or not popular, especially in our community, because our big claim to fame was go to school and get an education, all that kind of stuff, which is nothing wrong with that. But I love the way that you say begin with the end in mind, because most people, and I'll speak for myself, that was not something that I did prior to my stint in my former career. And so those 4 points, you know, tax breaks, get involved in something that gives you tax breaks. That's a big deal, you guys. That is a big deal. Something that you can own, something that's going to make you money, something that's going to give you back your time, something that's going to, you know, that you don't have all of your money invested in. Those are just great gifts that I think that you've given to everybody with those 4 points right there.
All right, great. Thank you. Anyone else? Anything else? And so what Andrea just now was pointing to, again, page 8. So what you've got to learn to do today is to work smart. Now, I know you've been told that before, but in today's context, working smart means getting involved in something that will give you income. Number 1, it might mean getting involved in something that will give you some tax breaks. It means getting involved with something that will build a savings for you. It means getting involved with something you could own, something that would go up in value. I mean, getting involved with something you don't have so much of your money involved in. Oh, wow. You know, this right here, this whole section right here is so critical, man. This here, I want you to really reflect on what I just now said. I just now gave you a way to evaluate opportunities. I just now gave you a bona fide methodology, a process for evaluating opportunities. Let me say that one more time. Let me say it one more time. I just now gave you a way to evaluate opportunities. Now, I want you to always look at and listen to and evaluate who you receive information from. You want to think about, why should you be listening to them? What is their agenda? Why are they telling you what they're telling you? When are they telling you what they're telling you? What are they actually telling you? How are they telling you? Go through the who, what, when, where, why, and when. But in Life is Rich, I tell you that the first step in that process that we need to stop working so hard is that good news. I know that I'm already telling you things that are contrary to what you've been told all your life. What were we told about working hard? Get a good education and you work hard and everything will be fine. But what happened? We did get a good education. We did work hard, but let me ask you something. How many people do you know who are hard workers? How many people of those are wealthy? Evidently working hard doesn't work. I rest my case. I want you to be reflective about that. Were you also one that grew up hearing that same thing? If that's the case, all you got to do is pause and reflect and then just simply look at those people around you to determine whether or not it's added up. It's so simple for us to do like Will Smith did in the movie Pursuit of Happiness, when the guy came up in a red sports car and the white guy came up in a red sports car and he stopped and he says, woo, I've got 2 questions for you. What do you do and how do you do it? What do you do and how do you do it? I want to challenge each and every one of you today is to be reflective about the career paths in which you've gone down and find out, did you actually pause to reflect on what it is that you're going into, or did you just simply go with whatever was given to you? If you're a parent out there, like I'm a parent, we're raising 2 beautiful teens. In spite of the fact that I have a background that covers the military, college, and entrepreneurship, in none of those areas am I pushing my children to follow a particular path. Instead, what I always ask people, and my children is where the first loyalty goes, and that is, do you want a job? Do you want a career, or do you want a life? Do you want a job? Do you want a career, or do you want a life? My aim, our purpose, is to help everyone to create a life, to live in fullness every day. Why is that? Because that's truly what is going to give you all that God has for you. To have life and have it more abundantly, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, relationally, physically, and financially. So if that is available to you, if success is an option, why choose failure? If success is an option, if I've got success on the table along with failure, if I got the options there and I'm just simply telling you to choose the one that you desire, why would you knowingly choose that when you got the same ability to choose that? Do you want a job? Do you want a career? Or do you want a life? When you make that decision based upon what the end state you desire, begin with the end in mind. When you make the decision based upon the end state you desire, then no matter what, then the next logical thing is to say, well, how do I get to that end state that I desire? I talked about last night about learning how to push through the suck. Learning how to push through the suck. See, there are things that we've got to go through that truly suck. But if you go through it with the anticipation of what's on the other side, it sucks a little bit less. It still sucks. But we haven't lost sight of the end state that we desire. And so with that being the case, I want you to be reflective. What you got to learn to do is to work smart. This is page 8 of Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth. Now, I know you've been told that before, but in today's context, working smart means getting involved in something that will give you income. Now, I've owned a 40-unit apartment complex. I've owned a franchise. I've owned my own personal business as a personal trainer. I was the CFO of an Inc. 500's fastest growing company. So I was the money guy for a brick and mortar company in which we grew to be very successful. I have perspective when it comes to the myriad of opportunities that are available. And my aim is always just to teach people how to think versus what to think, to simply say, it's not a question whether or not the options are available. Where we may need assistance is learning how to think versus what to think, to have a framework to evaluate opportunities with the end in mind, and to recognize one decision over another has an opportunity cost related to it. And so, in today's context, working smart means getting involved in something that will give you income. So in all things, I want you to assess, first and foremost, do you want a job, a career, or a life? Then be clear about the process of evaluation and consideration, and always remain open and receptive to ideas and to people that in turn you can see as adding value to you that moves you closer to your desired outcome. So number one, here's what I would recommend. It should be something it might mean getting involved in something that will give you some tax breaks. When you're talking about working smart and getting something that gives you income, number one, it might mean getting involved in something that will give you some tax breaks. Number two, it means getting involved with something that will build a savings for you. Number three, it means getting involved with something you could own, something that would go up in value. Number four, it means getting involved with something you don't have to have so much of your money involved in. If currently you are involved in anything, I want you to use those 4 points as reference points to evaluate whether or not it's built for you to create a life. And if you do that, you can then make a decision and you can give your very best and your all to it so that you can go and create lasting wealth. The aim is that the tax breaks shouldn't be something that's fuzzy math. You should be able to lay out a game plan and begin with the end in mind and showing how you can increase your tax status. As you increase your taxable income, you find ways to reduce it legitimately. Getting involved with something that will build a savings, well, that's where you need to learn here of how to take your current income and your current expenses, create a zero-based budget so that in turn you can eliminate debt. Because as long as you're carrying debt, that means you're still in bondage. We're not free. So we got to have instructional. We got to have a game plan, and that's another thing that we provide is we provide that education. Number three, getting involved in something you could own. It should be sellable, willable, transferable. You've got to put it into something that allows it to be passed on generationally. It needs to be put in a fashion so that if something happens to you, you got systems in place so that it will continue to produce for you and your family. We got to think with the end in mind. During my MBA studies, I studied family business succession planning. That was a part of my MBA studies, family business succession planning. Most family-owned businesses don't make it past the third generation. So when you pick up Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth, and you go through those chapters, take a look at chapter 12, the estate planning section. So it's got to be something sellable, willable, transferable. Is that what you're doing that? Is it truly an asset? Is it something that you own? Or are you in a situation where my wife was at where literally no matter what, it wasn't something that she could actually pass on? There was a cap and it was going to run out. How many of you are unknowingly involved in situations where that's the true story and you just have never had anyone to present the information so that it actually tied into your generational tree? And then lastly, it means getting involved with something you don't have to have so much of your money involved in. Be mindful. Be mindful of this whole idea that it takes 5 years or 10 years to break even. That's a lie. Run your numbers on paper. Be wise with running your numbers on paper. It costs you nothing to do that. I like to say I like to make good money off of bad numbers. When I bought my 40-unit apartment complex, I did so without going and looking at the property first. I wasn't lured into the idea of it being attractive. I didn't let my mind race off into these big dreams of what I was going to do. Instead, I said, let me run the numbers first and foremost. I don't need to talk to no one. I need to see if it makes sense on paper. And then, and only then, if it makes sense on paper, will I then go look at it. And so glad that I did. Because lo and behold, once I ran it on paper and I said, I'm going to go take this nearly 4-hour drive to upstate Maryland, I was going there to see if I can prove it to be a lie on paper. Because I said, if it ain't a lie on paper, I got to figure this thing out. And I thank God that I did, because that's what laid the foundation for me to make that first million by 32, which was the foundational step. And I tell that story in Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth. And so please make a note of that particular thing right there. That right there is your money right there. That right there, if you walk away from today, that's why those reviewers on Amazon said that Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth is Rich Dad, Poor Dad on steroids, because it's about meat and potatoes. It's about substance. All right, so let's go. Who else? Andrea, I see you all had your hand raised. Talk to me. What do you have?
Yeah, you got there's so much packed in what what you just said that I just couldn't wait to share. This just illuminates like it's a big neon sign. We should all have a big neon sign in our bedroom, bathroom, kitchen that says begin with the end in mind. Because if someone doesn't know what they want, then they can't assess whether they are that whole failure versus success, that whole thing that you showed us. If success is on the table, why choose failure? Well, that all of us have our own version of success. You know what I'm saying? But if you have an end in mind of the type of life you want, what is it that you want? What's the end result? How do you want to live? Then you can really gauge, well, wait a minute, you know, this is good, but this is not my best, or this is not really the life that I want. And a lot of times I've seen people, and I want to talk about myself in the instance, but it doesn't really apply. I think if I use people that I have mentored through my former business who have, you know, had an epiphany, you know, they're 55 years old or 50 or whatever, and they realize I've been doing this, I've been on my job for 30 years, and I don't even want to do that, you know. And so it took them 30 years because they got exposed to something different. So that exposure is so important. Or maybe they woke up and decided, you know, this is not really what I want. And now I see that I'm closer to retirement, and what I've done for the last 30 years has not served me for this season. It didn't set me up for this season in my life. And so that opportunity cost thing is so key, because it's like, man, if I keep doing this, you know, in 20 years, is it really going to get me what I want, you know, in the life that I want to live? And the last thing I want to say is that whole get involved with something that is going to go up in value, something that's willable, sellable, and transferable. That's the thing that when I coached you, I do coach you, Nate. No, but when you coached me, when we were in the coaching relationship, when you shared that with me and you did that whole spreadsheet on my opportunity cost, and you talked to me about that whole, what will you have? And I looked at, and I had this conversation with a couple of people who I know who are at the leadership level in the company that I just retired from, but they weren't at my level, which is the retirement where you get your retirement package. And I said, what's your end game? You know, as a director, you've got this car, you've got this whatever, you're 66 years old. What's your end game? How do you walk away from this? And when you walk away, what do you walk away with? Just something to sell. And once you sell through that, what's your end game? You know what I'm saying? And so that is so key, because I mean, I look at Australia. When they closed Australia, these folks have nothing. They have nothing except a little bit of inventory that they have to be able to sell. And once they sell that off, there's nothing left. And so that, people of God, just know that nugget right there. What is it? Willable, sellable, and transferable. Can you transfer it down to your lineage? That is so key. And so I thank you for that nugget, Nate.
All right. I'm gonna answer a couple of questions from some perks, because I gave them a little sound bite, trying to get more people to come over to us. I'm going to answer these two questions, and then for those of you that want to continue to listen in, just jump on by simply texting REO to 904-204-0846. The one question that I had from an experienced financial professional, someone that is also an experienced professional in their right, they're a management consultant, very successful professional, and he dropped in the box, asked me, why should we need multiple streams of income? Why should we need multiple streams of income? I want you to hear my answer to this. I want you to really pay attention. First and foremost, here's the deal. We don't need to work. We don't need to work in order to live. Let me tell you why. Because you know right now that if you go out your house right now, down the block, around the corner, you've got someone right now that's not working, yet all their needs are being met. They got shelter, they're getting money for food, they're clothed. True isn't it true? See, we work because we want a different standard of life. So the question of whether or not, so this answer about multiple streams of income, it's only applicable if you have a desire for more. Because you're not doing what you're currently doing professionally because you need to, you're doing it because you want more. Multiple streams of income is like having, let me use a real estate example. It's the difference between someone having a home, a single family home that's their rental property, versus me having a 40-unit apartment complex as my rental property. The risk that comes with having that single family home and that one tenant is substantially different than the risk of me having that 40-unit apartment complex and having 40 tenants. You got that one unit where you got one person you're depending on to not lose their job or to not become ill and then to lose their income. Whereas you got this 40-unit apartment complex, well, I know that I got to break even. I can break even, let's say, with 20 out of the 40 being rented. So that means at least 21 people have to lose their jobs, lose their income source in order for me to have that as a debt on my book. Well, that could also be parallel to that single family house, that family home, where you got two parents, but you got one parent that is not working and the whole family is riding on that one parent, that one spouse. But then all of a sudden, you're a professional that's been in your career for 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years, which we saw someone that had been in their job for 30 years at one location, one company, and then all of a sudden they lost their job. See, job loss happens. So the question about whether or not you should or why you should be thinking about and consider having multiple streams of income is so that you minimize the risk that you're incurring by having just that one source. So that's the thing. You want to have multiple streams of income because life is going to happen. And then it's not just multiple streams of income, the different types of income also gives you another opportunity to lower the risk. It's also the same kind of way with investing. It's the difference between buying single stocks versus the mutual funds. The single stock is one company. The mutual fund has multiple companies bundled together for the purposes of giving you a return. So likewise, you want to be mindful of having multiple streams just in the same parallel with diversification, those terms, and I won't go into too much detail, but that's just to kind of whet your appetite with understanding that if you've got having one income is not, having one income as your option is not an option. Having one income as your option is not an option. It's actually suicidal. And sadly, too many times people will wait until things happen and then we become upset about someone making a decision that is in the best interest of themselves. And especially when we're talking about this thing about employment. I'm a business owner. As a business owner, I don't owe you employment. I didn't go into business for the purposes of employing you. I went into business for the purposes of creating something for my family. You got to understand that. It's a trade-off. If you do this, then I'm going to do this. We have an agreement, and we got this thing called at-will employment. So we got to stop being disillusioned. If you're going to offer your value to a company, then in turn, you need to take your seed, and then you got to first do something with that seed for the benefit of your family and start minding your own business, minding your life. Okay, the next question that came up that was very great, a great question that I want to address. And he said, does saving in a 401k plan guarantee success? First and foremost, we got to have the understanding of 401k plan is simply a way in which companies that used to have pension plans and shouldered the burden of providing something for the future benefit of their employee base, as things shifted in the economy and in business, it moved to pushing that responsibility onto the individual employee. That's the history of it. And so you having a 401k plan does not guarantee any type of success, because it's primarily going to be built around mutual funds, which in turn means that it's built around the market, which in turn means nobody has understanding, nobody can predict the market. Now, here's what's unique by you getting that information from me than from others typically in the business of financial services. I went into financial services after making my first million, after getting cold called by people that wanted to manage my affairs. In making their calls to me, they didn't know that I had my undergrad from West Point. They didn't know I had my MBA from George Washington. They didn't know that I did financial planning at Georgetown. But most importantly, they didn't understand that I was actually looking for an advisor. I wasn't looking for an advisor because I didn't know what to do. I was looking for an advisor because I didn't want my emotions. I didn't want my emotions driving my decisions. And I learned, because I was an enlisted soldier, I understood that because of someone's rank or their title, it didn't determine whether or not they had the know-how or they could actually do their specialty. So I was looking to delegate, to have someone that I could work with for the purposes of ensuring that I had a sounding board so that I can make sound decisions. But because of the responses I got from them in my interview process, it made me wonder if they were just salespeople. So when I moved to Jacksonville, Florida, sight unseen, early retirement, I went into the business as an advisor with a global wealth management firm, UBS Financial Services. I went to that because I wanted to see what they were being taught. And within a week of being in Jacksonville, I realized my background and experiences didn't matter, because it wasn't a job of making money for people. Instead, it was a sales job. I just needed to have enough people saying I was a great guy. I just needed to be able to have them bring their affairs over to the company that I worked for. And my job was to then continue to do that because I was getting paid a portion of whatever that assets under management was. Well, that blew my mind. I was shocked by that know-how once I got inside, but I rolled my sleeves up, got into the business, built the book of business, was successful in doing that. But I realized as I went through my interviewing of people, 78% of people are unable to retire comfortably. 78% of people are living paycheck to paycheck. No matter what, most people didn't know that they didn't make enough income to create the nest egg that they needed to retire comfortably. And so that right there was alarming to me. And I found myself in a situation where, fortunately, I wasn't there because I had to be. And I was able to advise people after going through and doing their true assessment. And so when you get with Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth and read the book, I just teach you how to run your own numbers. That's the gift. That's really the give. I teach you what the bankers and brokers don't tell you. Run your own numbers. Go to page 21, run your numbers, and ensure that the plan that's being recommended to you is a plan that can get you where you want to get to. Because if you're saying you want $5,000 a month in retirement, you need to be looking at 1.2 million, assuming a 5% rate of return to give you that. If you're talking about 10,000 per month, then you and your advisor should be talking about 2.4 million as a minimum so you can get to that point. Sadly, those conversations aren't being had, and people are putting money in their 401k plan. They're doing this thing just because that's what people say, but it doesn't come with understanding. Again, we teach how to think versus what to think. I want you to be wise in your decisions so that you don't waste the greatest asset you have, which is your time. You got to put your time so that you can then give you a chance to get that run rate to get you to the nest egg that you say you desire. And that's another reason why multiple streams of income is critical, because you don't want to have all your eggs in one basket. You want to make sure that you give yourself a shot. I teach people, focus on cash flow. Put your investments, invest for the long term, go with dollar cost averaging and putting it in, but you don't control the market. And you can't predict whether or not that which you want to pull from is going to be available when you reach your time of retirement. So therefore, right now, start doing things that can give you a chance to be in control. That's why I want you to know that you're the asset. God has given you some way that you can actually solve a real problem. And if you start leveraging OPK, other people's knowledge, if you start to collaborate, if you start to have a spirit like that, then there's no shortage of opportunities that you can do to reach the goals that you want. Remember, great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, but small minds discuss people. My heart's desire for each and every one of you is to stay close, stay connected, connect and have these real conversations, and then go vet it. When you read my book, go sit down with your financial professional and see whether or not the things I say are true or not. Also, I have these at different events. I tell people, bring your pastor, bring your financial advisor, bring your attorney, bring your rich uncle, bring your high-powered classmates. Bring those people that you look up with a certain degree of esteem that you trust, and let them sit in the same setting so that as I just give this out, they can then right there with you address what it is that I'm saying. Don't have them pull you off and have them try to taint what's being communicated and have it taken out of context. Have it be addressed real time. Be mindful of those people that in turn want to pull you away and then speak into your ear. Again, let's start having this thing being open and transparent and have some real recognizing real. Because that's one of the things right now where people get hurt, is that we trust and we lean on, but then the persons that are really trying to speak and give you value and literally trying to serve you by empowering you to make informed decisions is oftentimes put in a different light. So I thank you for those questions that came in from my man. Can't control the market. That's exactly right, Kathy. Can't control the market. Multiple streams, diversification. Exactly, Kathy. Thank you. Single versus multiple. Excellent. Thank you. But most importantly, thank you, Kamar, for the purposes of, for your questions, my man. I appreciate that. Who else? What do we have, guys? What else do we have? All right, all right. I'm gonna drop a thank you guys for listening in, listen in for the rest. And that you guys just go ahead and text real and you guys can join us over here.
Well, Nate, one of the things I wanted to share was when we were listening to the Lit TV show, and I believe it was E.C. Weston was talking about knowing your worth, and that's really one of the things that you always drill into us is know your worth, and also in how what you choose to accept and what you choose not to accept. And he talked about businesses and how, first of all, businesses don't align with people. Or you think about a business that pays an athlete to brand, to wear their brand. They're not going to employ someone to do that or pay someone to do that that's not aligned with the brand. You know what I'm saying? If it's a basketball shoe, they're not going to employ really somebody who might be a ballerina or somebody who, it's just that alignment. And so, but also knowing your worth, he gave the example that businesses are in business to make profit. So if they're paying an employee $10 an hour and that employee is making them $10 an hour, then that's not a good investment. And so but if that person, because they're not making any money from that what they're paying that person, so they'll pay you $10 an hour, and that $10 an hour person is really bringing them $1,000 profit. You know what I'm saying? Now that's a good investment for the business because they can pay the employee $10 to generate $1,000 worth of work. And so that when you kind of put it that way, it's like, man, I just generated $25,000 for the company in my 8 hours, and I got $80. You know what I'm saying? I got 1% of whatever that I generated. And so knowing that, and I think for me, that was one of the reasons why it was an easy decision. It wasn't not that, I mean, it was still kind of like, okay, I'm just going to take the leap. When I left my corporate job for my direct selling career, it just made sense because I was like, this is what they're paying me, and this is everything that I'm putting in, and I know what I'm generating. Well, I could just imagine I'm generating way more than my salary that they're willing to pay. And so that just was an eye-opener for me, because again, one of the things that you do with running your numbers, that's on page 40, whatever that page, on page 21, that was just, if you guys have not gone to page 21 and got your numbers run, that was the thing that made me say, okay, I need to bring this guy in, and I need him in front of my folks, because I've never had that done. And until you do the math on what it is that you're doing, that you're spending your life doing, because again, your time is your life. Your life is how you spend your time. And so knowing my numbers, what I wanted in the end, start with the end in mind. There was some things that I knew I could not do because it just wasn't going to take me to where I wanted to be. So that just that just hit a home run for me, Nate.
All right. Who else? What else, guys? You got the sample and you're seeing the vibe and the flow. So what do we have? I'll tell you what I want to do then. Since we're slow in the draw, let me start with doing some of these value statements, see where we at. Let's see how we're hitting home, if we're hitting home. Daryl Ellison, let me go with the senior person. Let's go with Kendra. Talk to me, what value have you gotten so far?
Okay, yeah, so the value that I have, and some things that I've jotted down, was committing to a lifetime of personal development. So I talked to you earlier about, me being a student, and now I am just really committing to a lifetime of personal development and just eye-opening of what I've never once read a full personal development book through, like never. I've always started them, but never completed them. So those are my goals. And then when you said time management, not time management, but self-management. What am I doing? What am I going to do with myself today? And that goes back to those habits. And then I love what I'm gaining in Life is Rich, how it transfers to my professional world. It transfers as a adjunct professor. Now when I'm on Zooms and meetings, with the states reopening and our legislative outreaches and all of that, I'm sitting up taking notes, and I find myself doing that when I would sit back passively and kind of listen and take in what I could glean. But it's a different stance. I'm taking a different stance with that, and really just about changing my habits. Again, that my eyes have been open to see, where I can change some of those habits that have been draining our finances for years. And then I love when Chandler talked about OPK, other people's knowledge. And so that this whole community, connecting with other people of value, which is really what the Life is Rich community is doing, and that iron sharpens iron, and we are able to connect collectively, see the ideas of one another.
All right, great. Daryl Ellison, what did you get a value so far?
Well, I got a great deal of value. What I got, I like to surround yourself by winners. Okay, even though I consider myself a leader, I always could surround myself by like-minded leaders and winners like myself. The point is, if you're hungry, you will get fed. I've always been hungry, but I haven't always gotten fed. So, this has the value that I got from that is, I have to keep my mindset, the vision, looking at the vision, instead of, just thinking that it's with my eyes. I have to think of that vision as, okay, it's my mindset, it's in my inside. That's what's going to keep me fed. That's what's going to, surround me by winners, because, people are going to gravitate to that. And, if they can measure my grind and my mentality to be a winner, then, it's a win-win. Plus, I have to empower, I have to contribute myself. That was a great point. I have to contribute myself to empower and to be empowered. So that was great. And then meeting the expectations. they must be met on all levels. You know, once, you know, the lower level isn't met, then, you know, you're going to be on a discourse, you're going to be, you know, not fulfilled, because, you know, you have to be on, you know, all levels, all cylinders, going all, you know, all out. So I got a great deal of value.
Awesome. As a reference, I just dropped the note. Go see The Last Dance. Everyone, based upon if you're experienced on what Daryl is looking at and seeing that intensity, that type of mindset, go check out The Last Dance. See what's up with Michael Jordan. See all the talk about that, and you'll see the parallel. Go study Kobe Bryant. You'll see the parallel. That's why I'm not wowed by those guys. It's a light. Listen, success truly does leave clues. And truly, you'll see, and you'll start to have a better understanding and appreciation when you start looking at those people you look up to. And then you start to meet, when you have someone in your real life that has that type of focus and that type, then you start to say, oh, okay. Because otherwise you want to appreciate it. You want to understand it. So thank you for what you just now highlighted just now, Daryl. Mashawn, how about you, dear? What have you gotten of value so far?
Okay. The most significant thing that was said for me today, sorry, I changed my environment. The most important thing that I've gotten today, listening to today's call, is I didn't want my emotions driving my decisions. I didn't want my emotions driving my decisions. It's such a powerful statement, because for me, when I look back on the things that have cost me, things that still keep me up at night, things that have been the most painful, has been when I've allowed my emotions to be in charge of my decisions. I can rarely think of a time when emotional decisions have given positive results. I can rarely think of a time when emotional decisions have given positive results, but I have more than 100 examples in my own personal life where when I've made an emotional decision, I've paid a heavy cost. I had a friend that told me that 30 seconds, a 30-second bad decision could be a 30-year worth of paying that price. So you can make a decision, a quick decision. You can act out in 30 seconds and then be paying the price for that decision for the next 30 years. And in the last poem, I said, if you could fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, then yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And what is more, you'll be a man, my son. And I'm so connected to that. It's something that I was teaching to my students and to myself. And I always believe that we teach the lessons we need to learn. We teach the lessons we need to learn, in that when you don't have control over how you feel, and those feelings allow you to go through life making poor decisions and behaving poorly, and then wanting everyone to be empathetic into why you're in that position, as opposed to taking ownership of why you're in that position. You're in that position because you acted out in a moment, as opposed to having some reframe and some discipline. And so that's really all that's it. Thank you, guys.
I had to go to mute because I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't want Wow. Thank you. I dropped some notes in that just now in the box. Anyone else? Let's go. Dwayne, what'd you get a value from that? From what you've gotten so far? What have you gotten a value so far?
All right. I too got a lot. I had a time to reflect on, servant leadership. And I think that one of the things that you pointed out about anybody can just go through and just read stuff. You can read books, you can sit through people, you can sit through these things, but it's actually really down and being able to see it in context. And then especially for, the educators of the group, this is that time where not only did you give the child the information, whether it be math, language arts, or whatever, but now let's take this story and apply it to your own life. And then that fosters even more understanding and like that. I too pointed out the difference between time management and self-management. I wrote down the 7 steps that you had about from Matthew 9:35 all the way to 10:5, and wrote myself a note. I actually plan to go back and actually read the verses. I did like the way that our friend from Chi-Town categorize the different types of habits and being intentional about, that. And then also, something that resonates with me, Daryl knows when she starts talking about the martial arts and stuff like that, that sticks out to me too, because, I just think about some of the things I'm learning here, and it reminds me of the very first time you were, whether it was learning how to fall or learning a judo throw or something like that. And it's like, now you're gonna, at first you start off taking a couple steps at a time until you do it, and you work on it, and you're getting coached through it to the point where it becomes second nature. And even when I was at the level of, getting gold medals at a judo tournament or something like that, I still had a coach, because there was still always something that I could refine and, keep doing. I also like when she talked about discipline, which obviously comes, as a part of that. And then pairing that with the book, where you specifically have discipline being related to delayed gratification. And I think sometimes, whether Kendra, we were talking about impulse buying, or Michonne, we're talking about emotional decisions. There's a lot of times where a lot of those decisions have to do with immediate gratification. For me, the personal immediate gratification was, what was the need to take out that money out of that 403B? Was that absolutely necessary? And now when you go back and look on it, it's like, what could that have meant for you, towards what your end goal is, your retirement numbers and all of that kind of stuff? How could that decision 10 years ago have, changed your outcome, for the future? And then I definitely, with the emotional decisions, I wrote myself a little note there where it just says panic versus poise.
Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Kim Brown. You're on mute. There you go.
Okay, I guess some overall reflection that I had here pertain to looking at successful people and being able to draw the parallels between what I deem as being success, them having success in their life, and what are some of the common factors or parallels that put them in that realm of success in my mind. And I would say that it pertained to just really looking at their time management and work ethic. And basically that's more of a reflective thing right now for me. Just examining, as you've often stated, everyone has the same amount of hours in a day. So how is my time being managed? How is it best being utilized? Whether it's to handle things as it pertains to my own personal growth and development, and just being able to, if I begin with the end in mind, then just being able to structure my time so that I can best be able to work toward that particular goal. And then even in terms of the work ethic that's involved with let's say, successful people. As you often have said too, playing full out. So those two areas in terms of time management and work ethic. And then also just another reflective piece. I think that this is pretty awesome on a Saturday afternoon, holiday weekend. We're all like sitting here, and I think of the people that maybe I've invited to the call, or that I've was able to get a response back from. Some was like, "Hey, sorry, I have something else to do," or "Hey, I'll see if I can hop on." And then I was able to have one guest on, which is great. But then, you also, also did get a couple responses where it was kind of like, I would say like, maybe like a naysayer or a skeptic. So I guess I rejoice in the fact that this is about being in this environment right now, discussing this with like-minded people. Speaking the same language, or if we're not all speaking this, we're learning the language. So I would say that that's like my greatest takeaway right now, in terms of, where I am so far with what we discussed, just being able to speak and learn the language. And even if I'm not there in some of the areas that we've discussed, just like with any foreign language, I'm recognizing, becoming more familiar with some of the words.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Val Shelton.
What I've gotten of value is setting boundaries overall, having a structured day. On page 37 of your book, you have, it says ideas for improvements are one of the most valuable things you can contribute to a business, and at the same time add to your network. To create ideas for improvements, consider every possibility and alternative for the thing you want to improve. And then it goes on and it kind of just elaborates on several areas that are pretty thorough. And what that said to me was to just kind of look at everything with fresh eyes. Look at your day and see exactly what it is that you want with the end in mind. And in order to do that, you have to be disciplined. And that's one area I've always struggled with, because I had so many people and things pulling at me. So if I had to pretty much say what I got of value, is just being reminded to set those boundaries and be committed to me. I am others focused, but be committed to me, because if I don't take care of me, I can't take care of nobody else. So that's what I got of value from it, because repetition does make you great. And Andrea said it when she said that it's all in the presenter. In my former career before I got hurt, I was a medic, and I was always saving someone's life or allowing the Lord to use me as that vehicle, shall I say. And I never liked math, but the only time I would deal with math was to count my money and to push drugs on people to save their lives, because I didn't want to kill anybody, right? And I had this one teacher, one instructor who was able to bring it home, but it was all in the presentation. Well, that's the Life is Rich community to me. It has given me a whole new outlook on how to manage and micromanage what I need to do. I reached out to Andrea, and Andrea just kind of broke it down and said, this is the benefit of what you gonna get, sister. And I went with it, and I have no regrets at all, because to be transparent, after I got hurt from my former career, it was pretty massive. And there were days that I would cry, because if I must stroke my own self, I'm brilliant in my own light, But what it did was, and watch the drunk drivers, it took part of the way I think. So I got my new normal going on, but God knows how to bring what you need when you need it. And he brought me Andrea and you, Nate. So thank you. And that's my value statement from what I got today.
All right, Shirley Carter.
Okay. What I got value from today was several things, but on what Chandler said about other people knowledge. I'm getting other people knowledge every day. Every day I get other people knowledge, and I'm not afraid to ask and get it because I want it so badly. And second thing that I got when Nate, on page 8, I believe it was, when you was talking about the real estate and talking about um, getting the, okay, it means getting involved with something that you build on your savings. It means getting involved with something you could own, something that you would go up in value, and something that you can carry from generation to generation. And that brought back to my memory that I have in my possession my grandmother property, which is just land, and I want to see what I can do with that. But when you said that, you know, you want to carry something on from generation to generation, and I thought of that. And like my daddy used to tell me all the time, he was a carpenter, so he did a lot of building houses, and so that made him have real estate. So my mama always said, out of 6 kids, and I'm the middle child, out of 6 kids, I was the only one that took after him with the real estate and thing. So when you were saying that brought back memories, and Dad always say, get an education, save your money. No, get a good education, work, and save your money. But I always say to today, Daddy didn't tell me how to invest my money. He didn't tell me how to make money. And I thought about that as you were speaking on this particular thing right here. So that's one or two value I got. The third value I got is out of your book on page 16, the pictures. I don't know if nobody see these pictures and things in this little deal here, but on page 16, it said you can't get the future without first going through the present. Take care of today, cash today, before worrying about building an empire. So with my cash flow and what I have, and with, you know, I'm a senior now. Let me just put it in like this. I'm one of those baby boomers that living from paycheck to paycheck. I'll leave it like that. I don't need to tell you how I got there, but I'm just letting you know that I'm there now. And so with that one, and then it's another one here, but I'm there, but I'm getting out of it. Let me put that too. On page 47, this is another bill there here, and I'm gonna read that. And it says, there are no gray arrow. Okay, I can't even say it. There is no gray area when you are professionally salesperson, networking, marketing, or business owner. Never skate around the truth. No lying. And it on the side said, if you would lie to get an appointment or make a sale, then you have no integrity. If you don't have any integrity, you have no value. If you have no value, you have no character. And if you have no character, then why would anyone want to enter into a relationship with you, but and buy from you? No lying. I am unclear. And he pointing that finger to me. And I said to me, because when I saw this, the first time I read this was April the 22nd, 2019. And I don't even have a cover on my book anymore. And I just write all through my book because I just thank God that as I read, I'm writing personally notes to me. So if anybody, like my son, can pick up something that I have when I leave here, and he can pick this up and he can see my dates and he can see my thoughts, and it can probably help him with his children and his grandchildren. So, but I do have the additional, the new edition with Andrea on the cover, and I'm not writing in that at all. But this one here, I mean.
Shirley, you're muted. Shirley, you're muted.
Okay, I don't even know how long I was muted, but thank you.
Not too long. You just now go ahead.
Okay, and so that's what value that I got. Everything was good, and I was just writing, and I even got something from Mother Florence when she was saying we had to sell the stuff to get what we have in our home to get the money that can help us to pay a bill or something like that. And she was talking about her records, and I put in chat, I have 33, I have about 33, those big old 33 records. I have that in the garage. I don't know what to do with them, but I guess I put them on eBay, see if somebody wants them. But anyway, that was all I have today. I appreciate you, Nate. I appreciate you, Andrew, I appreciate everyone that helps me when I ask a question. I thank you. And to Miss Berry, I did a martial art class in 1985, and my legs were so strong, they wanted me to kickbox, and I said no.
All right. All right. Thank you. Dwayne.
No, I went, but I can go again.
Okay, my fault. I didn't know if you went with the segment here or not. Okay, Denise.
My takeaway from today really was based on the time management, because my day is so full, and just thinking about like everything that I have to do in the day, and then maybe like rearranging some of the order of how I construct my day, and do some things later in the evening when I'm in the bed. So that was really important. I like the fact of what Andrea was saying about being willable, sellable, and valuable. So that's basically my takeaway. This is focusing on time management, where I'm able to allow myself to get more things done.
Self-management. Self-management.
Self-management, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very good. Rhonda. You on mute?
Okay, trying to unmute. Basically, it was very important about evaluate who you receive information from, the who, what, why, where kind of questions. Those are really great questions and good information to get before you take a step. Also, the question about do you want to basically, do you want a job, a career, or a life? And thinking about how you could really live your life to the fullest every day, and just getting my mind to make sure I do that every day.
All right. All right. Thank you, Tara.
Okay. Wow, this has been a day. So my value statement, I just want to start with saying that I appreciate the real education that we're getting here. Something we're learning, what we can apply to every area of our life, and I can appreciate that. When we think of education, most folks, or you can think of college or going to school. And education is just learning something new, and you can get that anywhere. And like the last speaker was just saying, it is important to evaluate where you are getting that information from. Wow, what kind of slapped me in the head was the statement, your time is your life. Because, wow, if I look back over the last several years of my life and the work that I've been doing, I realized, wow, it has really cost me. And so, let me breathe for a minute. I'm sorry, y'all. The time, you can't get it back. So I have been so committed to other things, other people, a job,
that I did not take care of my personal business. I did not take care of myself. And wow, I don't know where this is coming from. So the value is that I can do better. I'm still in the game. I'm capable. I'm able. I'm alive. So I got a chance to fix it. So I'm very grateful for that. That's it. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you. Mom. You're on mute. All right. Angie? Okay, no.
Okay, what I got of today, yeah, quite a few things. The most important thing that I got is to invest in yourself. Because a lot of times when we don't want to do something, the first thing we say, we don't have time, and we just need self-management. And another thing is to choose a team and empower them for partnership. And I find that when you do it by yourself, you can only go so far. But when you partner with someone, for instance, I find that when I walk by myself, I can only go a distance, because you tell yourself, oh, this is far enough, let me turn back. But when you have a partner, you can go so far and not even realize that you went that far. So I got that value today, and of course, other people's knowledge. That was powerful. So invest in yourself is very important, because if all of us on this Zoom this morning, we invest our time and invest in ourselves. That's why we are here, and we'll be a lot better off than some people that make excuses that they don't have the time.
All right, all right. Angie.
Wow, I guess that I have to say ditto to all the speakers prior to me, but I do have some starred points in my notes, and one of which comes to mind is how you always talk about thinking about start with the end in mind. And I think most of my working life, I've always thought about how do I build generational wealth? I've always thought about wealth from the perspective of leaving something as a foundation for people in my life once I pass on. And I think this particular session, it really put vision really up close and personal for me, because I'm thinking about my journey through life is through the Financial Peace University, and I'm just emotional now, just thinking about how close I am to being totally out of credit card debt. And that came to mind as you was reading in the book earlier, and you were talking about investing in things that produce income or produce assets or something like that. I can't remember the language. And I'm thinking about all the stuff I spent money on over all of these years using other people's money by way of credit that just took value and took I guess this just brought disposable things into my life, things I can't even remember what I bought with those credit cards, but still today paying that debt off for it. And I'm thinking about, how this lesson went forward. And it also reminded me of the habits that I guess, based on the knowledge I had and I guess living out these habits has also caused me to lead other people in that same way, which is not good. So my takeaway from this class today is to now take this new knowledge that I have and begin to expose it to those people around me who I guess my best thinking that has got me to where I am today has allowed me to share with them. And now that I have this better thinking, I have to be responsible in making sure I share this information as well. So I guess my closeout takeaway is when you said something has to be produced so I don't eat from my seed. And that's my, I guess that's my statement of value. That's my mindset that has to that I have to begin to utilize to move me forward in this desire to create some lasting wealth. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And your seed, time, treasure, talent. Your seed, time, treasure, talent. Your seed, time, treasure, talent. All right, Mom, did we ever get with you already? Yes, we did. Okay. Angie, okay. All right, so just as a reminder, I hand it over to Andrea once again. Because I'm assuming that you guys got your feel on today. Oh, if you haven't already gotten your book, get your book.
Oh.
Got another session coming up sometime. I think it's next weekend. I think today was fire. So make sure that, and I dropped some video clips on my wall, so you can actually go to my wall, you can share that and use that as a way to invite other people to participate. So Andrea, my beautiful wife, anything that you need me to wrap up, any other, I'm gonna leave it to you in there, but I'm still here if there are any questions, anything that I need to elaborate on.
All right, so first of all, happy Memorial Day, everybody. I think today's Memorial Day, I'm not even sure. But
and just for the record, you guys go look up Veterans Day versus Memorial Day.
Right.
Just so you know, as a veteran, Memorial Day is about those fallen.
The fallen.
I used to be at the old guard, and we had the flags out, all that stuff. So people have the wrong understanding of Memorial Day versus Veterans Day, and people like, hey, thank you for your service. And it's like, yo, today is a day of celebration for the day is a day of remembrance. Excuse me, not today. This whole deal is about remembrance for those that have gone before and paid the ultimate sacrifice. So.
Right. Amen. So thank you guys so much. My value statement as I close this out is, first of all, the ultimate value that I have gotten is Nate Scott. You are amazing, my friend, and you are the ultimate value. God just blessed all of us to be in relationship with you, and I'm just so grateful because you just have you put the work in, man, to be a person of value. Your value statement to be a person of value and positive influence. That just is across the board. It just is what it is, and so I thank you for that. Also, self-management in my finite amount of time. You said we all have a finite amount of time. And there's no manipulating time because everybody got the same 24 hours. Everybody's got the same 1,440 minutes. And you can't manage it. The sun is going to rise and fall and the moon's going to shine whenever it's deemed to, but we can manage ourselves and manage our choices, and that's the difference. And that's really, man, that's cool. That whole piece that Michonne threw out there with the emotional decisions rarely bring positive results. Gosh darn it, that thing was like, right? And so that was awesome. And then Kim Brown talked about learning a language and speaking a language, and I added something, being the language. You know what I mean? Because it's once we learn what we need to learn, then we morph into it. We embody it, and we become that thing, so that who we are speaks. Because we speak louder than anything. If we once we get it, we learn it, we share it, because we become it. That's our lifestyle. It becomes a way of living. And so those were my value statements, and just everyone who has contributed and who gave feedback and all of that, man, you guys just blessed me today. Today was truly a gift and truly a blessing. And so we're going to continue to read on, so that next week we can share more of our value and our ahas, and ask questions and get clarity and understanding. And all you're getting, get understanding. And invite. I know we all invited. I know I invited. But let's just really be intentional about thinking about who needs this, like who doesn't need this, right? Who doesn't need this? And so thank y'all so very much. And with that, I'm done. Thank y'all for everything in the chat. Y'all are funny. Okay, y'all are funny with what y'all put in the chat. But thank you for your notes and your reflections and all of that. And again, Nate, thank you for your time.
All right, so listen, 9 days left. Close out. Please do me a huge check out the I resent you guys the compensation video. Go back and look at it, be inspired. Go back and look at it, be inspired, and then from there, be intentional. Listen, your inventory is your contact list. Your inventory is your contact list. If I tell you to make a contact list, especially if I'm giving it to you directly, what you want to do is you want to make sure that you exhaust everything. No prejudging, no nothing. I don't care if you go get a phone book and you start writing down names and numbers, because you're going to potentially start reaching out to people cold. I don't care if you're looking at going down your address book and going around knocking on doors. The problem is that most time people bail out on these things that are right here at our fingertips, is because we don't actually put the work into the things that we have control over. We have control over making a list. Make the list, make the list, make the list, so that in turn you have a shot to begin the process. Don't make no excuses. Don't waste your time. Again, if you got to go pull out a phone book and go that way, then do it. Start there. But in this social media world, you got the world as yours. So let's be intentional about that. And if it's your neighborhood, go door to door. Go do something so that you give yourself a shot to have an opportunity to offer people an opportunity to experience who we are and who you are. Okay? So let's reset the clock with that. And then let's go forth and do it. And as you are enrolling people and they're ordering, please drop me a note with their points total, so that we can I'm running a calculation, so I can, as we get to the end, I can see how far we're away from getting to the next advancement for each one of you. So I'm excited about what we can do over the next 9 days. I think the next 9 days we can actually double. That's just adding one person. I think we have the capacity to grow, another 50 or so real-time orders. Be sure you go back through all the persons that didn't enroll last month, that didn't place an order, that didn't activate. Okay, follow up with that. And then be mindful of giving people a reminder to shop, and we'll give you a heads up so that someone can, so that people can have a reminder to place an order by the end of the month. But we'll send out something probably 48 hours ahead, so that you can be reminded of doing that. And so I'm going to take us out with something, and then we'll call it a wrap. So stand by. All right, let's see. Can you guys see my screen? Yes? Somebody come off mute and tell me yes or no. I can't hear you.
I see it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. As I said, don't sit on the sideline when I'm asking you. You're not, somebody speak up.
Oh, Miss Spot. What Spot? Hey, how come you didn't tell me you were going fishing? You're not here when I go. Well, maybe I wouldn't want her to go. You ever think of that? You're karate training. I'm what? I'm being your goddamn slave is what I'm being, man. Now, we made a deal here. So? So you're supposed to teach and I'm supposed to learn, remember? For 4 days, I've been busting my ass. I haven't learned a goddamn thing. You learned plenty. I learned plenty. I learned how to sand your decks, maybe. I wash your car, paint your house, paint your fence. I learned plenty, right? Not everything is as simple. Oh, bullshit. I'm going home, man. Daniel-san. Daniel-san. What? Come here. Show me sand the floor. I can't move my arm, all right? Ow, what are you doing? Now show me sand the floor. How did you do that? Shut up! Sand the floor. Show me sand the floor. Sand the floor. Sand the floor. Big sucker, sand the floor. Sand the floor. Yes. Now show me wax on, wax off. Aye. Wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off. Hey, wax on, hot. Wax off, hot. Concentrate. Look at my eye. Lock a hand. Thumb inside. Wax on, hot. Wax off, hot. Wax on, hot. Wax off, hot. Wax on. Wax off. Show me paint the fence. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down. Other side. Look, eye. Always look, eye. Show me paint the house. Side, side. Lock wrist. Side, side. Side, side. Yes. Show me wax on, wax off. That! Show me paint the fence. That! Show me side to side. That! Show me sand the floor. Stop! Oi. And look, I always look, I come back tomorrow.
All righty. Are y'all fired up? Did that just like do something for you? Y'all good? You understand?
Yeah.
Wax
do
on,
that
wax
list.
off.
Do that contact list. Yeah.
You understand there's a process? You understand that there's a purpose? And
Yes.
and I want you to be able to look and listen to and see those things in real time. That's what I mean by what I'm saying, how to think versus what to think. Don't go through life, look for the opportunities throughout to be able to see what and how things fit, okay? And that's the same way I want you to go into your worship tomorrow, to recognize that you need to go in with an expectation and you need to be looking for something of substance, okay? And as far as we go, you ain't got to see the end state. Just trust that I know where you say you want to get to. It might suck. You got to go through the suck. So keep the end in mind, okay? So dig deep, follow through, and enjoy the process of your development. You're being stretched. Growth is something that causes some pain. You got to grow through that. All right. But that's a decision. Make the decision to go after those things you want, and don't make excuses. Break the habit of making excuses. Break the habit of giving alibis. Recognize that you can either make money, you can make excuses. You can't do both. All right. You guys have a beautiful Saturday and Sunday, and I look forward to getting your notes, showing that which you've done, and move forward. Check your follow-up center. Make sure that those red cameras are going away, and that those zeros are at $60. Mashawn asked me about the process. That new video, here's what you want to do. Ideally, you want to call people up, asking them for 15 minutes. 15 minutes, then send them the video link with the same verbiage. Recently, a friend shared, da-da-da-da. Have them push play and watch it 9 minutes. Put yourself on mute and let it be there for 9 minutes. Video's done. Recap sheet. First thing, what was most alarming to you about what was shared? Listen for the answer. Based on what you heard, is there any smart reason why you would knowingly continue to use poisonous products if they're safe, effective, and affordable products available? Look for the answer, no. Okay, that sheet I just now sent to you. Spread it up. Let's go to number 3. Let's read that out loud. What questions do you have? Are we clear about it being $19 a year? It costs you nothing to open up your account, and open it up gives you a chance to go inside so you can see the 400 plus products and see the pricing. Yeah, okay, great. You see there's no auto ship. Yeah, you see I recommend setting your alarm for the 18th so you have a reminder so that you can get that free money by shopping by the 20th, but you can set it for the 28th as well so that if you forget to shop or you don't need to shop right then, you can still do it. Got it? Okay. Now, the next thing is go ahead and read the first paragraph, page number 5. I'm sharing this just so you can see what I recommend. It's not required. I recommend it because it's the best bang for your buck, and it's only available for the first 2 months. Okay, read that. Okay. Now you see you got $2.99, $1.99, $99. Based on your current budget and your family size, which one would be best for you at this time? Okay, great. Let's go ahead and open up your account so we can go ahead and show you the products, and I can go ahead and show you how to get your free $60. Okay, yep. Okay, great. Go ahead, click on that. Oh, you see at the bottom, go ahead and hit continue. Now, is there any reason why you wouldn't let someone see that 9-minute video? Okay, great. Well, go ahead and sign off on this, because if you do decide to share that video with my help, you could earn a check. Okay, cool. Just go ahead and put your information on there. All right, now that you got your account opened up, go ahead and click. Now go ahead and click on you can begin shopping. Now your account's open. Okay, right there, do you see where you have? Go ahead and put in the search bar that package name, customer favorites or value or home conversion, so you can see what's inside that pack. Okay, now you see it. Okay, let's just go ahead and put that in the cart. And if you're ready to order, you can order it. Otherwise, you can come back to it. It's easy to get to. Okay, now let's go ahead and click on business. Let's go ahead and click on learn to earn. And okay, you see that? Now you got that welcome video. If you can play it while on the phone, go ahead and hit that and let me just watch that with you. Okay, great. That was great. Okay, cool. So you want to go ahead and, if you got the time, go ahead and watch as many of those you can do so you can get your free $60. All right. And then I'm gonna send you a text as a follow-up so you can have the other things to do, which is one of those is watching a 24-minute video so that you can qualify for $13,800 in bonus money. Okay. And remember, if you go ahead and if you shop in the next 48 hours, you're going to get an additional $20. That's it. Any questions about what I just now did? You understand the importance of calling them, staying on the phone with them, and let them watch it while you're there. And then we're right into those 2 questions. Same. No shift, but 15 minutes, 9 minutes of the video, 6 minutes to do the read through. That means you don't need to be talking. Ask questions, listen, and then move a person to the thing where they're reading out loud. Are we clear on that? And then take them all the way through. Andrea, what was your thoughts about you had a reaction when I first sent that to you? anything you want to share?
Well, my thought immediately was that it made the 20-minute video overview irrelevant, so to speak. It was no need for it, because the 7-minute video and then that 3-minute snippet on the back of the actual dangers, it gives the solution. Now we doing in 9 minutes what we doing in 20 minutes is not necessary. So we can go straight from that 9-minute video straight to the recap sheet, and then taking them inside, actually opening up their free account. Now they can go through the videos, the foundations video and all those other videos, versus having to take them through that middle step of the 20-minute video. So for me, it was just a streamlined approach, so that I can get them on the phone and say, hey, watch this. I'm going to stay on the phone for 9 minutes with you while you watch this. And then while they're watching that, instead of texting the link, your QuickShare Pro, now we're just texting or emailing or whatever the closing sheet, okay? And the enrollment link and the closing sheet. And so that for me was like a game changer.
So what does that mean? That means that, of course, you hadn't sent them out the enrollment link. Now, that means you can ask them for the email up front so you can get the enrollment link, fine. Otherwise, get it right there on the phone once you finish doing that. I mean, so don't stress over that. If you get the 15-minute appointment, because that's what you're doing. The first thing is you just ask them, hey, listen, I don't have a lot of time right now. You have a minute? Great. When can I get 15 minutes with you before the end of the day? Okay. Set the appointment. Your step one is set the appointment. Your step one is set the appointment. Your step one isn't for you to try to get it done while they're can I call you? Can I do this with you right? No. Do I have your undivided attention for 15 minutes? Okay. Please understand what I just now said. You're calling the person first and foremost to set the appointment. If they give it to you right then, great. Set your timer so that you hold them to that thing where you're focused for a purpose. If you don't have the time with them right then, cool, get their email address so that you can go ahead and put them in the enrollment center and get their enrollment link. Don't send anything in advance. When you're on the phone with them, that's when you're sending stuff. You go ahead and send the enrollment link, you can always tell them to check their email. They're not getting a ding when they get the email, so don't even worry about that. So as soon as you get the email address, you can go ahead and put that stuff in. If you want to send an email, don't worry about that. That way you can go back and tell them, hey, check your email. All right. Any other, so Mashawn, how we looking? So you asked me about, how does that feel for you? You're on mute.
Oh, yes, that answers the question that I was looking for. Thank you so much.
All right. Anyone else? Let me know how that works out for you. If you don't have to change up, again, if you do that new process, let me know. Otherwise, keep doing what you're doing. If you don't feel comfortable with being there with them on the phone, cool. If you need to do a 3-way call to make that happen, let us know. All right, but don't get hung up and stuck, because the process is still the process. Don't twist it up. Don't how to think versus what to think. Don't go lose your mind thinking about this is something new. Process is a process is a process. Don't complicate it. Don't add to it, make it something that it's not. Don't be confused. A confused mind does nothing. Don't be confused.
Nate.
All right.
Well, since we're here, I'm going to use the 9-minute, Nate. I'm going to use that. Yeah, I just want you to know you won't have to, because I see you. I don't have to call you now. I don't have to text you. I'm used to 9 minutes.
Yeah, whatever it is, you got the tools. Use
Yes,
the tools
sir.
that I put out there. I don't police what you do. I just
Okay.
try to give you the framework so you can go about doing it. So
All right.
appreciate it.
All right, so Nate, I just want to, I'm scared to say this, but we get the email.
Get what email?
The person's email to send the enrollment link,
Hey,
but
Andrea, how's it going?
wait.
Nope, let's go through the role play right now. Andrea, how's it going?
Going great, Nate.
Hey, great. I don't have a lot of time right now. Do you have a minute?
I do.
Okay, super. Hey, listen, can you check your calendar right now? When can I get 15 minutes with you?
Well, I'm free right now. What's up?
Okay, 1 second. 15 minutes, because I want to honor your time. Here's what I'm doing. I'm about to shoot you a text message right now. 1 second. Booyah. Booyah. All right. Let's. All right, you get the text?
Yes, I have it.
Okay, 1 second. 1 second.
Recently, a friend shared a 1 in 3.
Yep, don't do anything with it. Just 1 second.
I'm role playing, Nate. Tell me how to role play.
All right, so hey, listen, this is what we're gonna do. I want you to play this video. We're gonna watch it together, and then from there, I'm just gonna go through and ask you a couple of questions. And this video is 9 minutes, and then so the 6 minutes. So 1 second.
Hi, my name is Nate Scott. I'm the author of the book, Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth. This means I live in fullness every day because I realize I'm Christ's heir. That means spiritually, mentally, emotionally, relationally, physically, and financially. I wrote Life is Rich as a principle-centered, biblically based leadership program focused on personal growth and entrepreneurship, specifically written to address the fact that 77 million baby boomers are retiring and facing a cash flow danger that 66 out of 100 people age 65 earn less than $30,000 in retirement. That 47% of people say that they had a $400 emergency. They would have to sell something to address it, and 78% of people, almost 80% of people, say that they're living paycheck to paycheck. Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth is about how to think versus what to think. This is a process that I developed as an infantry officer and ranger, knowing that if I got killed on the battlefield, the mission would still have to take place. It's about educating, equipping, and empowering people just like you. My desire in this particular moment in time is to share with you some information that I know can be life-changing if you decide to act upon it. If you grab your pen and paper and you're ready, let's go ahead and jump right into it. The first thing I want you to know is that 1 in 3 women are diagnosed with some form of cancer during their lifetime. 1 in 3 women are diagnosed with some form of cancer during their lifetime. The number 1 cancer killer for both men and women is not breast cancer, that's number 4. It's not pancreatic cancer, that's number 3. It's not colon cancer, that's number 2. The number 1 cancer killer for both men and women is lung cancer. Now, the reason why this particular issue is so important to me is my mother-in-law is a breast cancer survivor. My father-in-law passed away from pancreatic cancer. Our pastor was diagnosed with cancer in September. She died in October, and she was buried in November. And then my grandmother right now at 92, she's dealing with breast cancer. So this is very personal for our family. What I'd like to do is tell you one thing that really changed everything for our family. And that was in January 2018, when we read a study that said cleaning your home just once per week with certain products, certain retail brands that have bleach, ammonia, quaternary disinfectants, cleaning your home just once a week with certain products had the equivalent impact on your lung capacity as smoking a pack of cigarettes per day for 20 years. Now, if most people don't smoke and most people are not around secondhand smoke, doesn't it make sense that if you're in the environment and unknowingly taking in things that are truly irritants, that it's very likely that we can be doing things to ourselves that we have no knowledge about? Maybe that's a contributing factor to many of the illnesses that we have. Well, that's the realization that I came to as a result of reading this study. And so if you'd like to gain a copy of this study, text the word cancer to 904 904-204-0846. Again, text cancer to 904-204-0846, and that'll be sent right back out to you. But here's also what I'd like you to do. If you are alarmed by what I just now shared, then get with the person that's sharing this information with you right now and let them know what is most alarming to you about what you heard. Then answer this question for me and give the answer to them based upon what you heard me share in this video and your own ability to go in your own house and then read the labels of the products that you currently use to clean your home. Read the warning label, and then I want you to ask yourself, is there any smart reason why you would knowingly continue to use poisonous products when there are safe, effective, and affordable products available? That's it. A simple yes or no question. Based upon what you've heard and your own ability to read the warning labels, is there any smart reason why you would knowingly continue to use poisonous products when there are safe, effective, and affordable products available? If your answer is no, and you would like to have an alternative, then please schedule 20 minutes with the person that is sharing this video with you. Give them 20 minutes. What they will do is they will stream a video to your phone or your smart device or your computer, and you can sit back in the comfort of your home or from your phone and just sit back and review this information to make a decision of whether or not you want to make the switch like we did. So again, my name is Nate Scott, author of Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth. You can get this book as well as additional information at www.thelifeisrichcompany.com. And if you'd like additional information or would like to receive this free report that speaks to this lung damage study, then text the word cancer to 904-204-0846. Again, to get a copy of the study and to get additional information, text the word cancer to 904-204-0846. But please get with the person that just now shared this with you, schedule the 20 minutes and allow them to share information with you that'll allow you to make the switch to a better alternative than what many of us have grown up using. Okay, so until next time, this is Nate Scott, author of Life is Rich, How to Create Lasting Wealth. Take care and be blessed.
In April 2020, newspapers across the U.S. picked up an Associated Press report about the alarming spike in emergency calls to poison control because of toxic cleaners and disinfectants. Now more than ever, it's so important to pay attention to the harmful chemicals in everyday products we use. It's bad enough that we have to deal with impurities and pollution in the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. But what about the many hundreds of consumer products we come into contact with on a regular basis? In 2018, a landmark study was released from Brigham University that followed more than 6,000 subjects over 20 years and found that those who used national brand cleaners at least once a week had similar lung damage to people who smoke a pack of cigarettes per day. And that's just cleaning products. We haven't even talked about personal care, cosmetics, and cheap supplements that actually do more damage than good in our bodies. At a time like this, we need to pay close attention to our general health and avoid environmental toxins and harsh chemicals. There is a company helping people do just that, and we invite you to learn about it. This company is a world-class U.S. manufacturer that's been in business for over 35 years and makes more than 400 green and natural wellness products for families and households all over the world. It's a way to get safer and more effective versions of the products you already use in your home. They're priced like the supermarket, but they perform way better, and they come delivered straight to your doorstep right from the factory. The person who sent this to you is a respected member of our team, and they believe that if you were to take a look, you'd find value here. So, what does it mean to take a look? Well, it's pretty simple. We're not asking you to buy anything or make any commitments. It's a 15-minute talk with the person who sent you this video, just to cover the high points and see if it's something worth exploring. And if you like what you see, you can choose to take a little more time and dive deeper. And if not, no hard feelings. We appreciate you just taking a look. these unprecedented times, it's easy to feel frustrated because so much seems out of our control. But there are some things that we can control, and they can make a big difference in our lives and the lives of our loved ones. You have nothing to lose and potentially so much to gain. So I encourage you to reply back to the person who sent you this and say, okay, I'll take a look. I think you'll be glad you did.
All right, Andrea, I just sent you that check. Do you see it?
Hang on 1 second. Yes, I do. I do. It's a sheet. Yeah, I see it.
All right, so listen, so the first thing I ask is, what was most alarming to you about what you saw and heard in that video? Where the first half of the video.
The first half of the video was the lung cancer information. That was very alarming. I would never have thought lung cancer was #1. My mom's a breast cancer survivor and my dad passed of pancreatic cancer. So I know the dangers, but yeah, I didn't know that lung cancer was #1.
Okay. And based on what was shared in the video and your own ability to read the warning labels, is there any smart reason why you would knowingly continue to use poisonous products, given that they're safe, effective, and affordable products available?
No, there's really no smart reason why.
Okay, no smart reason. Okay, so this sheet right here, I want you to open that up if you can. Okay. And I want you to highlight the one where you see the video box with the lady in it. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so what I want to do is, the purpose of me sharing this with you is because I want to show you where it is that we shop at, where we get safe, effective, and affordable products. Okay, and so what you do, just read that out loud, and I'm just going to follow along with you.
You want me to read all of it?
Yes.
Okay. The preferred membership into the online shopping club is $19 a year. It's like Costco, BJ, or Sam's, except the company manufactures all of their 400 plus products, green, natural, non-toxic wellness products. Every item comes with a 100% 90-day money-back guarantee or 120 days to replace or swap an item. Set up your shopping account at no cost.
Now, Andrea, as you're reading that, please make sure that you're following. I don't want you to. You're going through it because I want to make sure you have that you understand. So okay. I want you to pay attention to what you're actually reading.
Okay. Set up your shopping account at no cost so that you can look at the 400 plus products, read the product labels, and compare the prices. Enroll as a preferred customer versus a regular customer so you can get a 30 to 50% savings on your initial order and qualify for $60 loyalty dollars for watching Learn to Earn. We think that you will love the savings, the convenience, the products, and continue to shop for 35 points each month. If you went shopping at a retail store like Walmart, Target, or the grocery store last month and spent between $55 to $70, then you will have no problem meeting the 35-point requirement for preferred members. You will receive an additional 15% in loyalty dollars each month you order by the 20th. I recommend that you set your calendar alarm for the 18th to prompt you to order so that you get the free money. Also, set another alarm for the 28th to remind you to shop before midnight of the last day of the month. At any time before the last day of any month, you can freeze your account or change to regular.
All right, B.
To establish your shopping account, choose the Member's Choice Pack as backup order. A 35-point backup order is required to be selected to set up the account, but it will only be sent if you forget to shop by the last day of the next month. There is no auto ship. If you decide not to shop by the last day of the next month, then change to regular. As a regular customer, you can shop anytime you want, but at full price. There is no savings, no requirement for a backup order, and no monthly shopping.
Okay, so now based on what you read, what questions come to mind? What was addressed that maybe you thought as you read through that?
Okay, I just have one question on this here. Why should I set up my alarm for the 18th and the 28th?
Okay, so first let's go back to, you see where you read it at? Mm-hmm. What does it say before setting your alarm?
All right, how far up do you want me to go?
Well, you tell me until you get an understanding.
You will receive an additional 15% in loyalty dollars each month you order by the 20th. Okay, I got that. So then it says, I recommend that you set your alarm for the 18th to prompt you to order Okay, so order by the 20th. Correct.
For what purpose?
To get my free money. Then it says also set.
Well, start right there. So do you understand the purpose of the first alarm?
I do. What's the second alarm for? Is
Well,
my question.
Read it.
Okay, also set another alarm for the 28th to remind you to shop before midnight of the last day of any month. Okay, so this is not me shopping twice. This is just me shopping either or.
Well, just tell me read it and make sure we understand what it says.
Okay.
The last part, the second one. You already dealt with the first one, right?
Also set another alarm for the 28th to remind me to shop before midnight of the last day of any month. Okay.
And finish reading it. Finish reading it completely. Because
at any time before the last day of any month, you can freeze your account or change to regular. Okay.
So the reason that you're setting your alarm is, number one, I'm just saying, hey, do you want free money? If you want free money, set your alarm for the 18th so you can be prompted to plan your shopping. Plan your shopping, because the reason why we want you to do it is show you how to save money. If you're planning, you're going to be able to better save your money.
Okay.
If you don't choose to shop by the 20th, then make sure that you're shopping by the last day of the month. But if you're not going to shop by the last day of the month, I don't want you getting something that you wouldn't. I don't want you saying you got something and you don't want it.
Okay. Okay, I got a full understanding of that. You're going to need to use somebody else because I have a 2 o'clock appointment. I just looked at the clock.
No problem.
Okay,
And now, do you see where it says? So you got? Are we clear there?
Yes.
Okay. Then you see number 5.
Yes.
Go ahead and read the first paragraph.
I know you ain't asked me to read this when I got a 2
Read
o'clock
first
appointment.
paragraph.
He's so bossy. New customer savings packs are only offered to new customers during their first 2 months. Do not tell me to slow down. Place an initial order to activate your preferred account. Although not required, I recommend either a $2.99, $1.99, $99 pack as an initial order. This is the smartest way to get the most common products at the lowest price. Think of these recommendations like a McDonald's value meal. They're the most value at the lowest price. It's a great way to start saving money and saving time.
Perfect. Perfect. So again, only recommended for that purposes. And so now that you've got that, based on your current budget and your family size, which would be better for you?
My budget is any of them.
Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Your budget's any of them. So which one? So with that said, then cool. Any one of them would work. All I want to do is a them for your account so you can see what's inside, open it up, get your free $60, and then it's a wrap. Okay. All right, so cool.
Awesome.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
That's a walkthrough right there. And that's 6
Bye,
minutes.
guys. Love y'all.
Yeah. Andrew's jumping off. That's 7 minutes right there with her, with all that, that. But that's the truth of the matter. So now, any questions about what we just now walked through? Was that clear enough?
So at the point where you asked her to look at the packages and which one would fit her budget, after she answered that would be the place where you would ask her for her email, because that was Andrea's original question.
Yeah, and the reason why I went through it like that with her, because she said she was available right then. Remember what I told you? I said this in the beginning. You're calling to set the appointment. You're not assuming that they're going to give you their undivided. See, undivided is critical, right? So you want that undivided attention. That's an appointment. If they're going to give it to you right then go ahead and let them get that information, so that on the back end you can get that. So you can get that email address. And that means you got to be able to maneuver. You got to be able to maneuver, because see, if you're good with your phone and you're comfortable, then you can be, while they're watching the video, you can in turn be going into your back office and enroll and putting the information in.
Right. So I'm with Andrea. She was looking for clarity on.
The clarity is this. What I'm saying is, if you are setting the appointment, then that means you got in the gap. So let's say your appointment's, I'll call you up and you tell me you're at 4 o'clock, right?
Okay.
Between 4 o'clock right now, you send that text message, said, hey, Mashawn, I got you down for 4 to 4:15. Okay? Boom. Mashawn, what is your email address?
Okay. Right. Okay.
because you're doing all that because you got dead time. That's when you're asking for it. What you just experienced was because it was real time.
Right. Okay. Right. So yeah, because me, like Andrea, like I like the shorter version, but the thing that we lose is how they register and give and provide us their email. So
Nope, because what happens is they're registering. You don't even see that until you're actually doing the overview presentation.
Correct.
So that's what I'm saying. So what you're not doing is you're not sending them the overview link.
Right, correct, and right, and I'm connected with that. I understand. So I again was connecting with where she was coming from, like, and what part of our process do we get the email address? And you've answered that. If we're speaking with someone who's not available in the moment, but we're going to be able to put them on our calendar as a follow-up, we just simply in our text link ask them directly for their email address when we're confirming the appointment. If and when we do a immediate type of presentation, because the person said, oh, I'm cool right now, I got 15 minutes right now, as Andrea just did in the role play, then we will walk them through the LIR. And when we get to the point of their budget, when they say, hey, I could definitely do the $99 customer favorite, great, that's awesome. Let me get your email so that I can send you this link. Is that how that goes?
So that I can open up your account. So again, You're not stuck on them talking about what their order is capable, because you want to defer that to make sure they understand you're not looking for them to order something right then. You're not trying to, the point you're focused on is getting the account opened up at no cost. That you're getting the account opened up at no cost. So that's what you want to be emphasizing. That's your emphasis, that you open up the account.
So it would flow something like this. Which one of these would fit into your budget? They would pick one and you say, great. Let's
go ahead and open your account.
At no cost. This is what I need from you. Text me your email, or what is your email? You don't even have to text. What's your email address? Let me send you an enrollment.
Yeah, let me go ahead and help you to open your account.
Okay, great.
Let me go ahead and let me help you to open up your account. What's your email address?
Okay, great. Let me help you open an account. That's I got it, the verbiage. Let me help you open up an account. I got it.
Yeah, so that you can see
you'll be able to see the 400 plus products that this company orders at your convenience.
Not orders. So you can see the 400 plus products and their prices. And so I can show you how to get your free $60.
Okay, there you go.
Not this company orders and nothing to do with this company. Let me show you. Let me go, because I'm walking you inside the store. Let me go ahead and show you what's inside. Let me help you open up your account so you can come inside with me.
Correct.
So visually, you want to think about it is like you're walking someone inside the store.
And so the verbiage looks like, so that you can see the 400 plus products, and I can show you how to earn $60. No, that's not what I said.
Let me help you to open up your account so you can see the 400 plus products and the prices, and show you how to get your free $60.
Okay.
When you start saying how to earn, that in their mind, their filter might be saying, I got to go sell something.
Yeah. So let me help you open up your account so that you can see the 400 plus products and the prices, and so that you can.
And I can show you how to get your free
$60.
$60.
And I can show you how to get your free $60. There you go. I think that's what we were looking for overall.
Oh, well, no problem. I knew what she's looking for, but I'm trying to give it so that in turn it's a full cycle.
Absolutely.
We role play. When I role play, I'm not trying to have you script it. I want you to do it just like I want you to experience how to think versus what to think. I don't want you scripting. I just want you to
correct. But words are power. So words are power. So the landmines that we're attempting to avoid is not saying words that lead a person into an improper perception of what we're here to offer. So exactly, I get you. I just want to ensure that the verbiage is correct. I want to give a person a full opportunity to be open to what we're trying to expose them to, as opposed to making the mistake of saying something that would lead them into a different mindset. And especially because I've done many different types of organizations, a lot of those words are in my head, they'll pop out. And I just want to be cognizant of the words that I choose in order to give a person the visual imagery of actually what I'm presenting to them.
There you go. There you go. So put yourself in a situation of a store just opened up on your block. The store was Costco, BJ's, or Sam's. Most people know you got to have a membership to go inside. Or better yet, you got a gym membership. And you can bring a guest, but the guest has to pay at the desk to just get to participate. So because of that, you want to say, come on in with me. I already told you what's in there. Trust me, come in with me. The way you can come in, you got to at least put your name on the clipboard. You got to fill in the information because they got to make sure you got insurance that's covering you, right? So come on in, put your information in the system. You ain't got no charge you ain't got no membership, but now you can go inside and you can see everything. All right? And so that's what's going on with that. Make sense?
Yes.
So when you start translating it like that, that's when you're gonna be able to flow. Hey, happy birthday to you, Daryl. Happy birthday to your wife, and have a wonderful, wonderful day, man. I appreciate you for being on, and hope you got everything and over and above today.
Thank you. It's great meeting everyone.
All right, brother. Be good. Be good. All right. And so that's it. So the big sticky point is, again, I'm very fluid with my phone and I'm able to multitask. And so I don't want you guys getting hung up with that. When you get to that point where they need to get enrolled, I don't even want you really overthinking about that. Do a three-way call, even for those recaps initially, like I told Val today. I don't want you stumbling around with that. I want you to right now just master getting the appointment, getting the information shown, and don't feel like you got to do that by yourself. I want to provide oversight so we can hear those words, so you can hear it enough times. And then I want to be able to sit back and listen. That's what I did with Mashawn. I held her hand all the way through, and then I went to mute. She still had me on three-way. I said, all right, you go ahead and do it. I'm on mute. Let her go through. If I needed to interject, then I would. But other than that, it's like I didn't try to nitpick every word she said. It's like, no, I flow with it. And then we can do the aftermath. But if I see we're going down a path where something's gonna get stuck, then I intercede. But I don't stop the process if it's moving along. So those of you that haven't had that experience, then that's what you miss out on. And that's what I want to hope. That's what I mean by hold your hand. Let me get you, I validate you so that in turn I say, oh, no, you're good. I know you can do that part. Let me do the next part with you. That's like a conveyor belt. We just now shortened up the conveyor belt. Now, if you know the person already, you already have their email address, that's another instance in which, like, I have Andrea's email address. I didn't ask for her email address because I can go ahead and put her enrollment link in. So that's another instance.
Right.
Okay. So thank you for that. Anyone else? So I'm anxious to hear what you guys, who tries it with that in that way. You saw I shortened up I shortened it up again, real short. That's a shorter transition. All right, so I'm looking for Tara to become that. Tara, you're right on the borderline. You got 5, I think. So let's go ahead and get you those 3 more, get you at least 3 more so you can hit the record this month.
Yes, working on it.
All right, and then Val, I'm not sure where you're at, but here we go. Hey, y'all, great Saturday afternoon, great engagement. Excited about what we've got going on, and let me know if you need anything. And for those of you that have been a part of Financial Peace University, I'm waiting for you guys to get those. If you got any questions about those testimonials, getting that capstone done so that you can be a graduate, then let's get that done. Several people have finished it. They didn't get no certificate because they didn't do that capstone, which is selfish. Thank you. All right. Have a wonderful Saturday. You have something we got, Mashawn?
Oh, I was just waiting for goodbye so I can say goodbye.
Bye.
See you soon. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.